phenomenal. So here is Mark Aubrey to say hello.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Superintendent Jill Rossetti and Principal Jeff Zaney, who are off supporting our students at a cooking competition today, I welcome you. I'm here to tell you what you need to know before what they're going to tell you what you want to know, all right? So, what you need to know, the restrooms are back up to the right where you came in the door. Those are adult bathrooms only for the day. You will not run into any students. Feel free to use that little opening where you registered if you need to make phone calls. We all know how this works. You're never actually away from your desk. If you need to call the school or do anything you need to do, that is a great spot to do that. There'll be no students over there as well. Okay. Lunch is going to be 11:45, 12 o'clock. We'll make our way down to the cafeteria, which is an L in the other direction. You're welcome to eat there if you'd like. There is limited seating there. Or you can bring it back here if you want to bring it back and get some work done on your computers or whatever you'd like to do. Okay? So on behalf of Blue Hills, I welcome you all, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you. Oh, I've been requested. What do you mean?
I was just requesting that he tell us a little bit more about his school. This is the first time I've been here, so I'd love to hear about it.
So Blue Hills services 9 communities, anywhere from Braintree, the plaza, up to Westwood on Route 1, and then all the way down to Avon, Jordan's Furniture. That's usually how I kind of divide our little triangle of towns. We have a school of about 920. We're at 905 today, if you want to get exact. And we take in 245 freshmen every year. We have, right now, we are interviewing over 500 students for those 245 spots. We run 17 different programs, from computer tech to automotive to metal fab to construction. We're currently building 2 separate additions on houses within our region. Every year we take on different projects based on what we need to do with the skill set of the students and the size of the number of students who will be out there. So we have 2 projects going right now, one in Canton and one in Milton, with garages and bathrooms and everything you could possibly imagine in them. Our students are building those themselves from the ground up. We don't do the pouring of cement, but everything after that is done by our students in the building. You're going to get the opportunity to eat at our restaurant, which is open to the public by reservation only. Otherwise, it gets too crowded in there. We can't serve everybody, and we do not want to turn people away. So our restaurant is open to the public, as is our cosmetology shop on the first floor, which is also open to the public by appointment over for the same reason. How'd I do? Oh, good. All right. Once again, I welcome you all. I hope you have a great day. I'm going to put a makeshift office across the hall, so if we have any issues or concerns, please reach out, and I will fix them as quickly as I can. Okay? Thank you, everybody, for coming. You have something?
Yes, I told you were getting a gift.
Oh, I told Barbie earlier I've been to many, many MPY conferences, but I've never gotten anything. You are today.
I said you are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you for your hospitality. So, topic today of tremendous importance. And I have a wonderful colleague named Dr. Jessica Peppel, who's standing here on the side, looking embarrassed, who is not only one of my favorite colleagues, but also we've become very, very good friends. So if you see us hugging, that's why. We are on Zoom together a lot, chatting. We don't seem to see each other in person that much, so it's always a treat when Dr. Peppel is in the house. I'm going to introduce her. She is so impressive. She is Dr. Jessica Peppel, PhD. Few people possess the combination of data analysis skills, experience in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and an engaging presence that Jessica brings to her role as the inaugural Chief Diversity and Cultural Office at RFK Community Alliance. She holds a doctoral degree in educational leadership and policy studies from Boston University. I will just say, if anybody watched the Bean Pot last night, who won the Bean Pot? Thank you. I happen to be an alum as well, and was at the Beanpot. So if my voice goes a little bit today, you'll know why. Anyway, before joining RFK Community Alliance in 2022, Jessica served as the Regional Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion for the King Philip School District. Prior to that, she held various administrative and instructional coaching roles at Chelsea and Cambridge Public Schools, as well as in Orange County Public Schools in Florida. She received the 2023 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award from the Massachusetts Association of Developmental Disability Providers. She was also recognized by the Worcester Business Journal as one of the Power 100 most influential professionals in central Massachusetts for her modeling of how to infuse diversity, equity, and inclusion principles into organizational culture. Jessica's a strategic thinker and a thoughtful contributor who is both intuitive and gregarious. I will vouch for gregarious for sure. Her passion for equity is evident. She believes that equity work requires a balance of patience and passion. Dr. Maya Angelou famously stated that patience alone will not build the temple, and passion alone will destroy its walls. Therefore, Dr. Peppel emphasizes the importance of educating everyone about diversity, belonging, inclusion, and equity to help people understand their purpose and commitment to the work that makes us unique in a gentle but firm way. Outside of work, Jessica works with law enforcement agencies on building a culture of belonging, creating spaces for learning about various cultures, and most recently, partnering with the Woo Sox baseball team, did not know that, on boosting inclusion and belonging with their respective spaces. So it's indeed my honor and my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jessica Peppel. And she put this whole program together. This is her creation, and it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be wonderful.
See what I look like on the camera. Oh, look, right when I was getting ready to look at myself, the slides come up. Good morning. So look, I eat energy for breakfast, and we're going to try that again. And also, you might hear my little southern accent come up because I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I'm feeling really comfortable right now. So good morning. Good morning. See, that's what I'm talking about. I love it, I love it, I love it. So before we get started, I'm wondering, because I'm looking at everyone in the back, and I'm wondering if we have 5 people who's willing to kind of come down some, to come closer. Do we have 5 people who want to move down? Just 5 people. 5 people? Okay, whoever, come down, come down, come down, come down. Let's see who we got. I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, I see 4. Oh, I would love one more. I would love one more. I don't bite. I look, teacher at heart, which means I got wait time. Let's see, 5. To my good friend and chief of staff, Emily. Emily, the 5 people who moved down, can you give them some of the fidgets that are in the box? Oh yeah, I come with gifts, everybody. Listen. And for those of you online, you know, if I had a chance to interact with you, I'd give you some fidgets. So Emily, the folks who are coming down, if you can give them a fidget, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm feeling really well this morning. Anybody watch the Super Bowl? Okay, are we okay with the Eagles winning? Oh, okay, good, good. I was nervous. I had a little joke about the Eagles because I'm feeling like an eagle and I want to soar. But listen, I don't know nothing about football. Listen, I know when they get close to making the touchdown, but I was really rooting for the Eagles because of the plane crash that happened. And just knowing some of the hometown heroes stepping up and that inspiration. And I'm like, come on, Philadelphia, bring it home for your family. Bring it home for the people cheering you on. And they did. And the numbers look really good. So shout out to those of you online. You know, we like the Eagle. Shout out to you all. Am I able to, can I walk around with this or? Okay. Listen, family, let me just get comfortable real quick. How's the door? Okay, safe space. Good, 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 good. When Margie and I came together over the summertime to talk about this conference, to talk about putting something together, You could not have told me that we would be in the space that we're in today. Here I am talking about the culture of microaggressions. And here I am telling you that the past 3 weeks of my life have been the hardest for my profession. So I'm over here doing math like, okay, I was planning this back in July, and here we are now. So I say that to say this. Please come with an open heart to receive information. Please ask questions. Please take notes and push back if you want to, because I cannot think of a better time than now for us to be talking about the culture of microaggressions. Here's another thing. You can't Google this. You can't Google this. This is a framework that I created, my research, what I've seen. So you can't go, let me type in culture, micro, you can't. So grab all that you can today and ask questions today. Because based on how things are looking right now, I don't know if this will be available tomorrow. I'm just one person versus an institution. I can't do that. Let's get going. I have some quotes for us to highlight the themes for today. Coming from John F. Kennedy, it reads, "We choose to do this not because it is easy, but because it is hard, because the challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win." Now, even though this quote is from him talking about going to the moon, I apply this for the work that we're getting ready to dive into. It's not easy. It's hard. Let me give you a second quote, and it's funny because I forgot this was part of the biography. But Dr. Maya Angelou stated, "Seek patience and passion in equal amounts. Patience alone will not build the temple. Passion alone will destroy its walls." What do we mean by that? For some people who move slow to do this work, they'll say, wait, we're not ready yet. We need this, we need that. Okay, the more patient we are, the nothing's gonna get done. But for some of us who are just so passionate, let's do it right now, we gotta do something. Yeah, and you will break the walls down. So this is what Dr. Maya Angelou states, or what she means when she talks about patience and passion, or patience and passion being in equal amounts. Before I continue, I'm mindful of the microphone. Margie, I know you mentioned having folks talking to the microphone. I'm curious though, why are you here? Why are you here? I don't know, it seems like lucky number 5 is my thing. Okay, why are you here is the first question. And 2, what do you want from me today? And I'm not asking that in a certain kind of way, but I'm only asking because I want to make sure you get what you came for. So why are you here?
And Dr. Peppel, I just want to tell you that Taylor will take anything from home, questions at home.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Why are you here? Yes. Oh, jump. Okay, I got you. Come, grab it. Okay. John was walking to you. Hi.
I would say I'm here because, as an educator, I've probably directly experienced microaggressions on a daily basis in my school, on top of hearing them from, or witnessing them directed towards the students. I also get them directed towards myself. So I'm here to learn how to respond in those situations and use them as teaching moments to make a more comfortable environment for everybody.
Thank you, and I'm hoping that stops. I'm hoping that won't happen no more. I'm telling you right now, I declare that won't happen anymore. Thank you for sharing. John, I saw someone right here, like an auburn type of sweater color right here.
I'm here because I'm able to take your words and your teachings today and be a mouth to a larger audience to bring it back to my district, to my school, to the people that I know, and disrupt.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, why are you here, Taylor? I'm just, somebody has a question. I'm like, okay, Taylor, we got participation. I love it, I love it, I love it. Taylor, what you got? I'm like, you hear that, Margie? She need a bonus. She over here talking about this one. I'm here.
All right, one person says to learn from both your passion and expertise to ignite culture change, to advance equality for students and staff alike, no matter the identity they bring into the space.
Thank you to the individual who said that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's get it going.
And there's one more that says they are hoping not only to improve their skills, but pass the wisdom along.
Ooh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone else in the audience? Yes.
I'm here because I have students afraid to come to school.
Sorry, that's my little southern dialect. If I'm going, I'm trying to, I'm holding back, but I want to say something. That's wrong. That's horrible. We're gonna put some things in your toolbox. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Can I hear from a man? Can I hear from a man? Oh, I told you I'm a teacher at heart, so I'm calling people out, and I'm feeling comfortable. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry. I'm here for my school and my community, and here to learn how I can also address my own biases to make sure that I'm not part of like a microaggression culture.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. For those of you who spoke out loud, Emily, we're gonna find out. Look, Emily's like my right hand, so we got some fidgets for you all. So we're gonna go ahead and get going. Some norms to keep us at the table, but guess what we're gonna do differently? I'm gonna ask everyone to stand up. No, you're not gonna move, but stand up, and you are going to repeat after me. Those of you who are online, I'm not sure where to look, but stand up with me. And you're going to repeat after me. These are our norms. This is coming from Meg Wheatley with her quotes and from the poem Turning to One Another. So repeat after me. There is no power. No, we're going to have to try that again. We're going to have to try that again, class, scholars. There is no power greater than a community discovering what it cares about. Ask what's possible, not what's wrong. Keep asking. Notice what you care about. Assume that many others share your dreams. Be brave enough to start a conversation that matters. Talk to people you know. Talk to people you don't know. Talk to people you never talked to. Be intrigued by the differences you hear. Expect to be surprised. Have a seat. Let's roll. Here's our purpose for today. Let me tell you why you're here. I heard everyone give me feedback. You know, Jessica, this is what I want to get. You're going to get that and more. But here's the focus. We're unpacking the culture of microaggressions and its impact on the personal and professional lived experiences of Black, brown, and marginalized educators. Here's the long-term goal, because I don't want you just jotting down notes. I want you to walk away with two things that you are going to implement or that you're going to start or that you're going to cultivate when you get home. There are some things that you're going to hear today that may not click for you, but I guarantee you on your way home it will. Here's the long-term goal. Identify the conditions needed for a more inclusive and belonging culture to support and empower Black educators. Identify themes and support trends that help Black educators maximize their impact in the buildings they are in. That takes time. Let me say this, and I'm so mad that I did not have this up on the screen. It can take 8 to 10 years to make a school district, an organization, more equitable. That's half a generation. I don't have that much time. We don't have that much time. But when we are collective and when we are together doing this work, maybe we can get it down to 6 or 7 years. For those of you who are saying, I'm representing my school district, I love it, and make sure you have 10 others come with you next time. Make sure you have 10 others to partner with to do this work. If not, you will be tired. You will be tired. All right, let's go. Oh, that's me. That is me. That's me. That's me. And these are some of my identities: Chief Diversity and Culture Officer, Consultant, Researcher, Educator, Mom, Code Switcher. And as I was going through my slides last night, I realized no one prepared me for these roles. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't know anything. I just walked into it and was able to do it. But of course, I had my struggles and I had my barriers. Which one of these roles do you think is the hardest for me? Look, that's the easiest one. I'm just playing. I say that because there was no college degree program stepping into this DEI work. All right, so that's hard. Consultant researcher, I'm the first to graduate from my family. Period. Plus a doctorate and all like that. I didn't know. That's hard. Educator, first in the family. Mom, I gave birth to my child at the height of the pandemic. I didn't know anything. I'm still learning. This code switcher, this is what makes me tired. So for those of you who are like, Jessica, what do you mean by code switch? I turn off the way I speak to sound a bit more pronounced, clearer. I try to make sure that my white folks understand what I'm saying. I do. But here's what's even harder, and I said this to someone the other day. Not only do I code switch when I speak, I code switch in my head. I know. Like, Jessica, how you code switch in your head? When you work for a predominantly white organization or school district, and there are little to no black educators, the black educators come to you. Hey, Jessica, this is what I'm noticing. Can you help me? It's like, yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Then I have to be the mediator, the mom, the friend, talk the person down. And then I go to my white colleagues and say, hey, this is what's going on. But I have to make sure I word it in the way that represents the lived experiences of the black individual. And I gotta make sure that my white folks have the heart open enough to hear what I have to say. And they're able to have us all come together and go forward. That's tiring. But I do it. Jessica, why do you say all this? Because get ready as I talk about this culture of microaggressions. I want you to relax, sit back, because I'm going to tell you a story. But before I do, let me go back here for our purpose. This is how today is going to flow. I have some friends and colleagues with me. Each have been given a component for the culture of microaggressions. They will dive deeper. I'm just giving a brief overview of what this means. Secondly, I'm going to walk you through how I arrived at the culture of microaggressions. We're going to start here. We're starting here at a turning point in our nation's history, where on May 17th, 1954, U.S. Supreme Court stated it is illegal, it is unconstitutional for public schools to be segregated. Jessica, what happened? Let me explain something. Oh, I told you I'm a teacher at heart, right? So that means you're gonna have to take some notes. And I'm not saying it to like, make sure you keep up. No, because I want it to connect for you. So get ready to take some notes. Let me explain something. According to this map from the 1950s, in 1950 with segregation, 17 states plus DC had segregation laws. So pretty much they say, hey, we want it segregated. Now let me explain. These are the red states that you see right here. So Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Florida. Keep that in mind. Those red states said, we need schools to be segregated. That was the law. And then you had 16 states saying, we don't want segregation. Those 16 states are in blue. That includes Massachusetts, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Wisconsin, and so forth. Those are those blue states saying, we don't want segregation. Don't get too happy with Massachusetts, because they were the first state that made slavery legal. All right, let's keep going. 4 states, these are the states that are in orange, allowed local governments to make laws about segregation. Meaning, we won't tell you what to do, but it's up to you. You decide if you want segregation or not. All right? 11 states had no laws about segregation. Those are the states that are in yellow: Cali, Nevada, Utah, Montana, and so forth. Y'all keep that in mind, because you need to paint a picture. So what was lost due to school desegregation? Let me bring it back. When I talk about the culture of microaggressions, they did not come out of anywhere. It wasn't like, oh, we're just going to wake up and we're just going to have a culture of microaggressions. No. Brown versus the Board of Education started that. Let me explain. What did we lose? Let me give you some narratives before I give you some quantitative data. In a war, there must be some casualties, and perhaps the Black educators will be the casualties in the fight for equal education of Black students. Before I even continue, I'm gonna continue. What is happening is not integration, rather it is disintegration. The total disintegration of Black authority in every area of the system of public education. It was quite all right to have Black principals for Black kids in Black schools. But if the schools were to become centers for the education of all children, regardless of race, naturally, white people would be in charge. And these are not my quotes. I got my sources. Let me tell you what we lost. I'm going to read this bullet point by bullet point. Delaware was desegregated in 1967, and that year, the number of Black principals in the state dropped from 50 to 12. That's 1 year. Oklahoma had 155 Black principals in 1954, but by 1967, reduced to 37. Y'all hear these numbers? 155 to 37. All right, West Virginia, in 1 year, 271 to 71 Black educators. In Kentucky, the process of desegregation began almost immediately following the 1954 decision, where there were about 350 Black principals. By 1969, only 36 Black principals remained. In 1954, Maryland had 237 Black principals, the numbers being reduced to 169 by 1968. Oh, I'm not done. North Carolina, 1963 had 227 Black principals, but by 1970 there were only 8. 8. During a similar period, Tennessee reported a reduction from 73 to 17 Black principals. All right, that's in 1 year. 1955 to 1956, Texas was estimated to have 735 Black principals. By 1965 to 1966, they were down to 538. And y'all know how big Texas is. Remember, Texas said they wanted segregation, according to the map in 1950. Virginia reduced its Black principal workforce from 170 to 16 people between 1965 and 1970. Let me go back to this map real quick. You see all those states in red? I know I mentioned a lot of statistics about principals, but I want to let you know after desegregation, those in the red, they lost about 39,000 Black educators after desegregation. 39,000. Okay. Ooh, so let me talk about what I noticed. Let's talk about old Massachusetts. We finna talk about our home state, y'all. Get ready, get ready. Don't throw tomatoes. Even if you did, this is a blue dress. It won't show up. When I moved up here to Massachusetts, coming from Florida to Massachusetts, I noticed I kept being the only black person in the room, the only black educator. I thought, oh, okay, that's interesting. You know, some people would say, but Jessica, Massachusetts, you know, we're liberal, we're good. I said, the only difference between Florida and Massachusetts is that we get snowstorms up here. Down south, we get hurricanes. Other than that, I still notice those different forms of oppression. Let me throw some numbers at you. So with my research, I wanted to look into the role of being a lone black educator. And here's the definition: the only black educator in a predominantly white building. Here's what I noticed. 2020 to the 2021 school year in Massachusetts, here's what stood out for me. 92 school districts with 0 black educators. That's at that time. 87 school districts that had exactly 1 black educator. 1. So I said, okay, well, let's go deeper with this. And of course, let me be equitable and say everything else. School districts that had 2 to 20 black educators, 199. School districts with 21 to 50 black educators, 37. And school districts that had more than 50 black educators, 13. Massachusetts, let's go. Here's what I noticed. From being in the school districts to interviewing people in school districts to partnering with other school districts to provide professional development on DEI, I noticed that whenever we had sessions together, I would always see that 1 black person. And they would say the following to me. But before I do that, y'all got your pen and paper to write with? Uh-oh, Taylor, I done pressed the button. Taylor. How am I gonna get that thing back up? Guess what? I'm testing everybody to make sure you're listening. Let me break down the differences between microaggressions and macroaggressions. Because as I'm telling you, like, hey, when schools desegregated, we lost black educators. That was for a reason. And so the very few remaining that we do have, they're facing this climate of microaggressions. Let me break down the difference for you. Macroaggressions, y'all see this dilapidated building? Whenever you see something like that, I want you to think of macroaggressions. So with a macroaggression, pretty much macro meaning large scale, it's the systemic or institutional bias. Please write down institutional bias. I know. With institutional bias, it's all about the written word. Those are your laws, your policies, your mandates, whatever is written. Because whatever is written is designed to impact a large group of people. So it's that bias that is written that will impact a large group of people. Kind of like what happened with Brown versus Board of Education. For the schools that did not want to integrate, they found loopholes to keep black students out and to keep black educators out. I want you to think of, do you all remember, this was a few years ago, what happened in Flint, Michigan? The water, look, Flint still don't have clean water. So when you think about a macroaggression, think about Flint, Michigan, and their issue with the water. So even though it impacted the people, it wasn't really directed at them. It was, hey, something's with the water. Hey, there's a bigger system. That's your macroaggression. Look at that. Oh, look at the second bullet point. It creates disparities in education, employment, healthcare. It can hurt the standard of living. And once again, here is the key word when we're talking about macroaggressions. It's directed towards large classes of socially marginalized groups of people. Questions? Oh, feel free to ask questions. Stop me and say, yep. Oh, we need a microphone, John. John, sorry, you're going to get your steps in today. Taylor, if you see anything pop up, let me know. Okay, got one. Oh, I could have passed the microphone too. My fault.
Test, test. All right. Should
Oh.
I read this one first?
Real quick. Yep.
Okay, so this one says, how are educators being defined? Is it classroom teachers or any role in the school district? Does this include public schools, charter schools?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Anyone who was in the school district full-time, FTE. That's the role.
I'm curious that housing isn't up there. Just if you've read The Color of Law, it was institutionalized. It was part of the government mortgage system that you weren't allowed to give a mortgage to someone who lived outside a redlined area unless they were white.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. So these are some examples. These are some examples. If I listed all examples, we run out of space. We run out of time. But yes, redlining is one. Any other questions? Macro. Here we go with micro. I'm mindful of how I say this too. Slights, possesses minimal harmful impacts, commonplace daily. I think I heard someone say daily. Daily, right? We said daily. Did you see my slides? Nope. I was asking if you saw my slides. Daily verbal, all right, so it's said, and then behavioral, interpersonal indignities, which communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative slights. Why? Look at this last part. Because of an individual's marginalized status in society. Not only is it said to someone, but it's felt. And trying to describe what a microaggression feels like is hard, especially if I am a person of color describing it to a white person. But you're going to find out today. Also know that there are 3 types of microaggressions. Now, when my colleagues get ready to talk about their component, they're probably going to give another definition towards microaggressions. So you think microaggressions, I want you to think interpersonal. It's happening in front of somebody's face. Macro, systemic, which can end up in somebody's face. Any questions? Let's roll. The 3 types, you ready? First one is a macro assault. This is the worst form of a microaggression. I often call this damn near racism, is what I say. Margie, I said the D word, I apologize. All right, we're gonna keep it going. So with a macro assault, it is something that is done on purpose. Folks know what they're doing when they hurl these micro assaults. So it's an explicit racial derogation characterized primarily by a verbal or nonverbal attack meant to hurt the intended person. So someone drawing a swastika in the bathroom, a burning cross, a racial slur. These are the micro assaults. Some examples, referring to someone as colored. We still saying that? Yep, I've heard it. Oriental, using racial epithets. Discouraging interracial interactions. Why are you talking to that person? Okay. Deliberately serving a white patron before someone of color, and like I mentioned earlier with the swastika sign. It is done on purpose. Folks know what they're doing. So I'm mindful of when I give the definition of microaggressions because some people just think, oh, it's just a word. Oh, you won't feel that. Think about this when you think about a microaggression. You're peeling a piece of my identity each time you do it. It's micro. You peel a piece of my skin back every time. So if I'm getting this every day, it hurts. It's wrong. Now think about our students. Oh, we're not ready for that. Let's keep going. Oh, a micro insult. This happens a lot. It's a comment that communicates that the demographic group is not respected, but the target is seen as an exception to the stereotype, meaning you don't act like them. in the picture, you're pretty for a black girl. And by the time you hear it and you go home, it's like, no, not thank you. Okay, if I'm pretty, what are you saying about the rest of the people? You know, you speak good English coming from out of state or out of the country. You know, you act like a normal black person. And you're looking like, ah. So pretty much with this right here, that's called the exception. And you know what can happen with words like that, behaviors like that? It creates an us versus them type of complex in the building. Oh, you graduated from Harvard, Dr. Morgan? You know what? Yeah, you one of them. Because everybody else, you know, yeah, it's comments like that. And people will laugh and continue about their own business. Let's keep going. Oh, it has some other things. You're very exotic. Oh, you spicy. Everybody else is savage. Like, what in the world? And some people will say, oh, that's a compliment. It's not. Let's keep going. I'm hoping y'all are keeping up with these different forms of microaggressions, because when we finally get into that culture piece of it, it'll click for you. Microinvalidation, this happens the most, especially with our students. So basically with the microinvalidation, I am discounting a person of color's experience and what they go through. You know, I don't see color. That's an example. Constantly being asked where you are from. There's a way to build relationships when you're constantly like, I know you're not from here. Listen to how you speak. I'm like, I know you're not from here either. But see, I got a smart mouth, so don't say that. Or how about this? Don't be so sensitive. Don't be so petty. She didn't mean that. That's just the way they talk. I'm the only black person in the room. That's gonna stick out. Okay, let's keep going. Any questions? Any questions online? Those are the 3 types. All right, looking, peeking. Okay, people taking notes. Some people are squinting. That means they're thinking. Let me add something. Oh, now let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Other experiences with microaggressions. The questioning of a person of color's credentials to lead a school by white people. Y'all remember when the pandemic happened, all of these emergency licenses came out? Y'all remember that? Oh, yeah. And we saw a spike in educators of color because of that emergency license. Do you know how many people? Well, they don't really have the experience. I'm just not sure. Or it was a statement, Dr. Haywood, it was a statement. It was something like, we only want the ones who are really educated, qualified. Comments like that, especially aimed towards black people. Oh, okay, let me continue. Utilizing a Eurocentric curriculum in school hallway that does not reflect the recent experiences of black people. So when I walk into a room, when I walk into a building, I'm looking to see what's on your walls. I'm looking to see if I see myself and if you understand me or if you celebrate me. No, Jessica, that's not real. It's not. Okay, hold on. See, I didn't want to do this. I remember one day, I'm not going to say where I was, but I was somewhere where I was going often, and I had to mediate conflict resolution between 2 people. Y'all, it took 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours. By the 3rd hour, now I'm just looking around because I'm tired. And would you believe I looked around and I saw a picture. Now, I had seen that picture for the longest, but I zoomed in at the picture, and guess what I saw within the picture? 2 slaves. 2 slaves hidden in the background. And I said, how are we sitting here talking about anti-racism and you got a picture of 2 slaves in your wall? What are you communicating to me? Because see, what people don't realize with these unconscious biases and microaggressions, it's so deep-seated in your brain, it's like you're thinking without thinking. And then quickly, but Jessica, I'm a good person. Tell me how you really feel. Okay, let's keep going, let's keep going, let's keep going. Oh, lacking initiatives to recruit more Black educators. That's huge. Well, Jessica, we already fully staffed. We don't need any more educators. Yeah, I hear it. But Jessica, how we need someone with 13 years of experience. We can't accept all these folks coming out of school. I want you all to think about what's keeping people out. All right. Oh, and working in an environment that ignores racial differences. Ooh. Curious. Looking to hear from 5 people. 5 people. How many of you all are from Massachusetts? Okay. Yep, John, get ready because I got questions. Those of you online, how many of you from Massachusetts? Let me know. I know Taylor's gonna like. I know Taylor. Try to help me with the count. Okay. Those of you who are from Massachusetts, 5 brave souls or 5 brave ambassadors is what I'm gonna call you. How many Black educators did you have growing up? Okay, y'all go. Oh, that's good. Show me by hand. Okay, hold on, John. Okay, wait, I'm looking. Where are you from? Okay, you got 1, 0. Okay, you got 4. Oh, look at you. Okay, that's what's that? Okay, 0. I thought maybe that was a 3. 3, 0, 0. Huh? 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 I'm going in the back. Y'all hold the numbers up again. I want everyone to look around. I want y'all to look at each other. Just look at each other. Look at each other. My friend back here, when you told me about the microaggressions, say 0? I don't have my. So, once again, if you can't name it, you can't tame it. So, me seeing that data alone says a lot to me. Let's keep going. But hold on, but did it make sense? Did y'all see? Lacking initiatives to recruit more Black educators. And from the way you all raised your hand, okay, I thought you were saying something. You with me? But you get me though. He's like, I get you. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Some narratives. Y'all take pictures, because it's finna make sense. Black educators, what did they experience? A harsher disciplinary measure or corrective action. Ooh, I can't wait till we go deep with this. Those exit interviews are everything. They're everything. Because here's what I'm also noticing with Black educators in predominantly white spaces. They anticipated more trouble. Their behaviors were closely monitored. Maybe there were some extra visits to the classrooms while lessons were happening. It's just an example. More patience and leniency with white staff. You know, Jamal just can't keep up. He's struggling. We're going to put him on an performance improvement plan. And, within 90 days, we get him out of here. Same person, same colleague who has a white background, who is white. Come here, let me mentor you. Let me help you out. Let me see what we can do. We'll give you another shot. I should have added this in the norms. Don't shoot the messenger, but hug the messenger. Don't hurt me, y'all. Hug me. Before we jump into the culture of microaggressions, let me give you the Latin word for culture. It means to cultivate. You ever hear people say, well, that's our culture, that's what we do. What does that mean? Is it the way you live, the way you work, your way of how you get things done? No, it means how you cultivate. So what are you cultivating in your school districts? So as I'm presenting the cultures of microaggression, here they are. Here they are. I know, look, that says unconscious bias. That S right there was just cutting up. It's almost like not almost, but it is. It's like an intersectionality. So when you hear someone say, so now remember, y'all, walk back with me. I walked you through the 3 examples of microaggressions, or the 3 types. I gave you examples. Some people just think, oh, microaggressions, Jessica, they're statements. Now we're combining it all together because it's not just statements. It seems to be a way of life for some people, and that's horrible. Unconscious bias, Dr. Morgan's going to talk more about that. But you need a mix of that. Those decisions that people make that puts people in boxes. Be careful putting people in boxes. That's how people die. Oh, Pierre Jean, he's going to speak about a lack of belonging. You're not welcome. You don't belong here. Dr. Haywood, role ambiguity. I'm going to come back at the end and touch briefly on the lack of accessibility to someone of power or high influence. 5th one, Vanetta Lightfoot will speak on late, minimal, or no feedback. This is what makes up the culture of microaggressions. Jessica, what does this mean? Do you have a case study? Do you have an example? Write this down for me. Matter of fact, if you have Wi-Fi, pull out your cell phones, or if you got your laptops up, Google this. Google this. Google this. True story. It reads, white parents rallied to chase a black educator out of town. Then they followed her to the next one. So this is back from 2022. And now remember, after the murder of George Floyd, there was a height with a lot of DEI officers being hired. This sister right here was in Georgia. She moved, I think, from Maryland to Georgia. She was a principal, middle school principal, and they wanted to create, the school district wanted to create a DEI position. Because, we want to do right, is what they said. Her first red flag, I kid you not, I got to go back to this. Her first red flag, Renee, look at this, was role ambiguity. No one knew what to do. The job description was vague. The accountability piece was vague. It's just like, hey, you a black woman, we're ready to listen, talk to us. Hey, black woman, come save the world, come save our souls. If whatever you tell us to do, we'll do it. Not only did they run her out of one town, y'all, they ran her out of a second one. And then I thought about Brown versus Board of Education. And when you look at those numbers of dwindling principals and black educators, and then when you hear people talk about being impacted by microaggressions, and then I said, it has to be a story, something public for people to refer back to when thinking about the culture of microaggressions. This story right here will blow your mind. Without giving it away, because I'm also mindful of time. There were these groups. Write this down. I'm sorry it's not in the slides. Write down CRT, critical race theory, CRT map. You too, you write that down, Pierre. CRT map, and then I want you to write chalk beat. Chalk beat, like chalk on the board, beat like you're hitting something. That's one word, chalk beat. And they have this map showing states that have outlawed conversations around CRT, DEI, and stuff like that. You're like, Dr. J, why do you say this? That's a good question. Let me tell you why I say this. Because there were parents in the school district that hired nonprofits who were against DEI. They hired people. They said, look, we want to get this woman out of here. Tell us what to say. Tell us what to do. they would show up at the, what do you call them? School committee meetings. And say, hey, we don't like this, we don't like, they even gave strategies like sing a song, get an emotional reaction, cry even louder. The people will believe you. I'm telling you, a white woman's tears, that's what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna leave it at that. And they did. She left one district and went to another, and they did the same thing. So for those of you who were saying, I'm here from my district and I'm calling you an ambassador, you cannot be by yourself with this. Because when it's time, not when it's time, because we're already here. Because as people are, I don't care if I get canceled. Let me just say that. Okay. These are my opinions. These are my words, and they do with NPY. This is Jessica. Dr. Jessica Renee, okay? When you have the highest law of the land saying to get rid of DEI, I can't face that. One person can't face that. But collectively, we can do something. So you got this woman right here who was ran out because of a group of people. It happened to me once at a school committee meeting. They tried to come for me, and I sure enough stood up like, let's go. But you know, only one person said so. And they tried to use the MLK quote. And I said, please have a seat. And they did. So I don't know, maybe I had angels with me or something like that, but they ain't try that with me. Say that to say whenever you have a chance, lunch break, on your way home, however, look this up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. What do you all think are the consequences of microaggressions? Those of you in the chat, let me know. Those of you up here, can you turn and talk to a neighbor, please, and thank you. I know. What did we say in the norms earlier? Talk to people you know. Talk to people you don't know. Talk to people you never have. Here's a chance. I'll give you all 90 seconds to do that. Turn and talk. What do you think are the consequences of microaggressions? Yep, so this is where you turn to somebody and you say, hey, hello, how are you? I'm well, thank you. What do you think the consequences are? What do you think? What are the consequences? Hey, hello, how are you? I'm walking around. John, I'm gonna need your help in a second because I want to hear from the people. Those of you in the chat, talk to me in the chat. Let me know. Am I able to speak right here? Will they see me, or where do I look? Right here. Hey, those of you in the chat, what are the consequences of microaggressions? Or even the intersectionality of it. I gave 5 components for the culture of microaggressions. What do you think? What do you think are the consequences of those? Talk to me. I'm coming around. I'm walking around. Hey, Taylor, how we doing? We good? All is well? All right, all is well.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, when I call you?
Okay,
Because
all right,
I'm gonna have some people
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
out.
yeah, good,
All right, cool. John, hold this one too, all right? Because I want to make
Okay.
sure folks are engaged.
What's up? Anything wrong with that? I mean, that's what's happening right now. Getting like a little reverb. And I actually had a conversation a couple weeks ago. get the better one.
Okay, this is the better one. Sure, okay, I'll take, ooh, this one. John, get ready, get ready. All right, if we can bring it back in 5, 4. Margie, we doing good on time. 3. Everybody feel all right? 2. I gotta make sure everybody feel all right. Dr. Haywood, you good? 1. If I can have your attention, ambassadors. You know, I should have came with some ambassador stickers too. We just need to make it official. Before I turn to everyone in the audience, Taylor, anything pop up on the chat? Okay. Oh, but Taylor needs a microphone. John. Oh, you got one. Okay, my bad, my bad.
Test, test. All right. So we had a few. Let me scroll up here. Someone said not trusting anyone, keeping to yourself, fear, to oppress, make feel inferior.
Yep, yep.
If you leave a job due to microaggression culture and you have to do that multiple times, then it looks like the resume of the unsuccessful candidate.
Ooh, wait, stop. Ooh.
Someone else said anxiety, depression.
Wait, hold on, Taylor. I'm sorry. Woo, Because then if you, wait, hold on, Taylor. Hold. This my southern personality come out. We have it where, let me explain real quick. If you see me walk away when I hear something like, ooh, I'm not walking away to be mean. I'm just like, ooh, I can't take it. That last part about when you go from job to job because of experiencing the culture of microaggressions, people are going to say, yeah, she was here for a year. Oh, he was only here for, yeah, we're not going to hire them. They have too many, they don't stay long. Microaggressions, right? It's not just a statement about something. This is impacting people's lives. And I feel like y'all read my slides. But Taylor, I'm listening. Wow.
There's also anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, low sense of self-worth, hopelessness, lack of diversity in the workplace, burnout, maintenance of the status quo fear, mistrust of peers, staff with negative impact on person's mental and emotional health.
Let me ask a question before I hear from everyone here. Thank you, Taylor, for those of you who responded. Thank you. In your current district or in your building, how many black educators do you have? Hold it up with your hands. I'm curious. I don't want to assume. Would it be, would you be that? I am not. I'm okay. School resource officer. Okay. Oh, nice. Welcome.
I'm actually the school resource officer in a 4th and 5th elementary school.
Very well.
And we have one person of color.
Okay.
Who's a teacher.
See how I didn't assume? That's why I said I was struggling with my words, but.
So technically I'm on the staff, but I'm not considered an educator.
Gotcha.
So, although I educate in some ways, but.
I'm with you. Wow. Thank you. Oh, John, we got this one in.
Hi. In my school, with the exception of me as a person of color, the only other people of color in my building are support staff, which are educators, but no classroom teachers or specialists.
You want to know why that stands out? Because when I go back to that framework and I talk about having access to someone in authority, higher power, it's no shade to my paraprofessionals or those folks in the support positions or support roles. But I'm looking at how much impact and influence they have in the classroom. And also, I did not put this in my slides. Y'all jot this down. Why is it that when we do encourage staff of color to come into school districts, we put them more with the kids of color who have behavioral issues? I don't really see them being pushed to become a superintendent. I'm hoping somebody in this building will change that soon. All right, let me continue. So I didn't have a chance to see everybody's hands. Oh yeah, but if you're writing that down, yeah, because I'm not gonna pick on this one school district. But I noticed they said, oh, we increased diversity. Oh, we did it. They hired one black educator and the rest were school bus drivers. Shout out to my bus driver. My mama's a bus driver, so look, I can say that. But when I talk about that position of influence and impact, that's something. All right, let me see your hands again. How many in your building? How many do you have? Let's see. You too. Count. Really? See. Okay. Let me see. So I'm not lying. Yo, I don't have to go to every building. Y'all better put some respect on my name. Let me continue. Really? John, get the microphone ready. Okay, let me see. 2. Hey, were you hearing this? You hearing it? Y'all hearing this? Okay. Okay, looking. 2.
One paraprofessional and one French teacher.
Well, of course, got to be the French teacher. Margie, you hearing this? Oh, goodness. No, okay, yep.
We have one mentor who is an alumni of the school.
I ain't laughing at you. I'm laughing because I'm hurting. Oh, my goodness. Okay, y'all together. Cool. But you got a mentor. That's hope. But I'm curious, how many students of color do you have? Dr. Haywood, I saw your hand go like that. I know keynote speakers normally don't go like that and pause, but I am my own person. I will. Let me see some other hands.
Right here.
0.
We have our school nurse.
Okay.
It's a black woman.
Okay.
A guidance counselor.
Okay.
A history teacher.
Okay.
And a vocational teacher.
Uh-oh.
So nobody in the same space. And one, sort of sprinkled around. And we just hired the vocational instructor this year.
How many students of color would you say you have?
About 500.
All right, so that's one person for every 125. Okay, I'm doing the math. They need mentors, or maybe we could. I'm just playing. Look, I'm just playing. Sir, you said 0.
Not even. We don't have no support staff. Nobody. In fact, not even. There's no bus drivers. Nobody.
Not even the bus driver. Lord, not even the bus drivers. The bus drivers make a little decent change. Thank you. Okay, I'm coming. Hands, ma'am, with the Cape Cod right here. Okay, she doing her thing, learning. Okay, my friend in the pink.
So in my district, the only educators of color are associated either with our METCO program or our DEI director.
Or the
DEI director.
Oh, y'all still got one? Good.
And then the one person we have in the building that the kids actually see, we have a janitor, but he also is the bus monitor for the METCO bus. So his job is to take the bus in the morning, and then he works during the day, and then he takes the bus home with the kids. So he's like through the METCO program.
You say he's through the METCO program. I just want to say, those of you who are at home, I did not choose the audience participants. They're giving me data. Emily, this is mind-blowing. Okay, continuing, and mindful of time. Anybody else? 0? See? Oh, you with them? Okay, good.
I work at a central office, so we have 2 assistant superintendents, but then the other 2 individuals work in our equity department. But I would say we're a really large district. We have 29 schools, and we only have 2 principals.
Thank you. Now here, before we get too excited saying, I got 3, I got 4. Cool. Compared to how many? Because once again, it's still the whole culture of microaggressions still applies. All right. So you went, okay, that's your people. Okay, good. I like how y'all, I like how y'all showed up. I'm gonna be pressing on y'all real hard. Okay, yep, heard from you.
I'm sorry if this is a little off topic, but I'm having an aha moment right now.
Okay.
When I started my career as a brand new classroom teacher, I was extremely fortunate to be starting in a position at a very white and affluent school district, but one of my grade level colleagues was also starting at the exact same time, exact same position, and we had each other. And I am just sitting here wondering how different my trajectory would have been if I didn't have her. And I'm very proud to say now that I'm an elementary school principal, but where would I have been if I didn't have her?
Thank you. I'm glad you're making that connection. Up here. Oh, we got 4. Okay, check you out. Is it the janitor? I'm gonna get a T-shirt. I'm listening.
So our middle school principal, our director of DEI, who's also the head of counseling, and then we have one Spanish teacher and a paraprofessional, at least one paraprofessional.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anyone else with your numbers? Got somebody in chat? Okay, Taylor, I'm coming. How many up here? 1? Is that okay? That's 1. Really? Are y'all together? The 3 of you? No?
Latinx,
Okay.
3rd grade teacher.
Okay.
And then we have a METCO support.
Can't
person
forget
who's in
METCO.
Part-time.
Very well. Thank you. And to my friend right here at the purple. Yeah, you. All together? Okay, cool. Thank you. Anybody else over here? Okay, I see 3. I see 2. All right, do we have a higher bid? I'm just playing. That's just data. But tell me this, though, when I asked you all, what are the consequences for a culture of microaggressions? What stood out? Emily, get ready. We're gonna have to toss some. I just want to hear from 3 people, because we already over time. What stood out? I heard someone say death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, true. So let me take that example, because I heard it over here. Death by 1,000 cuts. And then, Taylor, I'm coming back. I didn't forget you, Taylor. And then I heard someone online mention the gaps in the resume. So see, I want to take that micro and bring it to the macro. Anybody else? Taylor, what came up for you?
All right. So we have a bunch of 0s and 1s in chat. We also have a 2. And then we also have a 10 that says at an upper elementary, which is 4 through 6. And they have mostly students of color for context. There's 3 in another person's building, a counselor, a para, a guidance counselor, 2 in the central office directors, and 2+ secretaries. Someone else says students who don't have an adult at school who looks like them.
Where are my administrators at in the building? I'm leading on you all hard. How are we creating a pipeline to increase educators of color? You don't have to answer. Just a thought. All right, let's go. 2 more slides. Ooh, what I have here, a lot of you mentioned, these early everyday interactions with Black and brown teachers can have important, long-lasting consequences for someone's future life choices, life chances, social relations, and educational opportunities, as well as potential career and income trajectories. What's the word? I don't like this word. Blacklisted? Yep, that's real. Okay, just keep that in the back of your head. Last piece of data. In June 2023, in the review of 7 studies with a sample size of 2,998 people, it was found that the overall prevalence of microaggression and racial discrimination in the workplace was found to be 73.6% and 18.8% respectively. So almost 74% of the time, microaggressions. Here's my bigger picture before we go into our break and you hear from our lovely facilitators. Here's the bigger picture. Here's the bigger picture. Microaggressions contribute to a hostile, stressful, and unpleasant environment for Black educators. Maybe these microaggressions are keeping other Black educators from entering the building, thus keeping the status quo of a lone Black educator existence. The culture of microaggressions is a mechanism to repel Black educators. How can I say to you legally, I don't want you here? I can't. So instead, I'll use the culture of microaggressions. Oh, here's a reflection slip before I let you all go. We'll go into break and we continue with today's conference. These are the executive orders. And so remember, I was having you all jot down notes. Here's the first one: ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. That's January 21st. The other one: ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. That was January 20th, I believe. What do you think? Which component from the culture of microaggressions framework is represented here? Don't worry, I'll take the heat. Unconscious bias, lack of belonging, role ambiguity, late or no feedback, and then not having access to someone in power of influence. How can I legally tell you I don't want you here? I can't. So people find loopholes, or they use the culture of microaggressions. So before I have us go on break, I really want to hear some thoughts. Yeah, we can hear from 5 people. Oh, that was right on time. Emily, get ready. I'm gonna hear from 5 people. What do you? John, that's somebody. Those of you online, if you want to, let me know which component you think. Just from looking, we've seen the news, we've heard some things. Here, Taylor, I got you. Just curious as to which one of the components you think comes from the culture of microaggressions. Yes.
I think that one is macro. Like that
Okay,
is
this
not micro. I feel like that's like macroaggression, trying to eliminate programs.
True. Now think about this, right? What happens when you eliminate programs? Who else are you eliminating? Hold on, John. Who else are you eliminating when you eliminate programs? Right here, John.
The people that were put in those positions to do that really important work.
Bingo. So now let's bring it to the people. So good, that was good. Macro. So wait, hold on. Macro, micro. So if I'm looking at it from a micro standpoint, pick me. I just said these past 3 weeks have been the hardest 3 weeks of my life. How do you think I'm feeling? What do you think this is communicating to me?
Lack of belonging.
John, we got somebody behind you. Pink scarf.
I feel like it's right in the title that it's implying that programs that support people of color is wasteful. So you, as a people, are wasteful.
So give me the component. Which part from the culture?
So the lack of belonging, absolutely.
Okay. Lack of belonging. Anybody else before I get to Taylor? I know this is like I'm trying to see where the data is with this. Yep, John, we got somebody. John getting them steps in today. John had about 2,000 steps.
Role ambiguity, because as you're eliminating programs, what is your role? What is your job? How do we continue doing this work if we can't use the letters D, E, and I in a sequence?
When I tell you, you are my friend for life, let me tell you why you're my friend for life. The fact that we're now hearing people say, we won't call it DEI, Renee. We'll call it climate or climate and accessibility positions. So Jessica, we can't call it DEI, Jessica, but we can call it you're a director of accessibility. So if I'm looking at the definition of a microaggression, actually, if I'm taking it to the definition of a micro invalidation, which means you're not validating my lived experience, which means you're trying to strip me away of my title, you're pulling back a piece of me by calling me a name that is not correct. That's why you're my friend for life. Emily, make sure she get 2, okay? All right, John, we got somebody behind you, and then Taylor, we're gonna come to you because I'm looking at the time, But y'all get me though. Ooh, thank y'all for being here. Ooh. Yes.
For the top one, the ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, the direct implication is you don't deserve to be here. You didn't get here because you deserved it. So lack of belonging.
I can't even say it's late feedback because they letting people know ahead of time. Ooh, let me stop. Taylor, come on. What came up, Taylor?
It's all basically what everybody's been saying: lack of belonging, lack of accessibility, and lack of mindfulness to others.
Oh, so y'all added components to the framework. Okay, I see you. I'm hoping you all continue to take notes, ask questions, push back, come deep, come ready. I think we have how many minutes of a break do we have, Margie?
We should take about 10.
Okay, we'll take about 10. Come back. Thank you all. Good morning, and we are going to start with Dr. Andre Morgan with unconscious bias. All right, y'all, break time. Thank you. Y'all clap it. Thank you. All right, y'all stretch your legs. Come back.
Good morning. All right, let's try that again. Good morning. All right, wonderful. All right, well, thanks so much for joining us today. I'm going to try to talk a little quicker. My good friend and colleague, Dr. Peppel, left me with less time. And so since she talked about some of the things that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to bypass those slides if you all don't mind. But certainly I want to start by saying good morning to each of you. And my discussion is, but I didn't know the impact of unconscious bias in the school community. So let me first say thank you to the MPY team and Dr. Peppel for inviting me to share on this morning. And I trust that something, thank you much. Okay, all right. And I trust that something shared for those of you who are here and those who are joining online virtually will resonate with you. And together, after our conversation today, amongst all of the presenters, that we will all agree that we will be change agents, having the capacity to make the change that we know is needed in our society. I want to start with a meditational exercise this morning because I think for the type of conversations that we're having, that it's important. So would you mind working with me for just a few moments, if you will? And so what I want you to do is I want you to kind of relax your posture a little bit. Yeah, and so I want you to sit back in your seats if you're here with us today, and even if you're home, wherever you're seated, I want you to sit back. Let your feet be planted firmly on the floor, uncrossed, and either let your arms flow freely at your side or place them on your lap. Now, when you're ready, I want you to close your eyes. Yes, to our friends at home, close your eyes as well. Bring your full attention into this very moment. Settling in and allowing the mind and body to be still. With openness, patience, and curiosity. Whatever thoughts come to mind, simply observe them as if you were noticing them from a distance. Now I'd like you to focus your breathing. Breathe in to the count of 3, and I'll count for you. And when we count to 3, I'm going to count backwards, and that's when I want you to release your breath. So hold it in as we're counting upward to 3. Release it as we're counting back down to 1. Breathing in, 1, 2, 3. Hold. Now release, 3, 2, and 1. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out, 3, 2, 1. Allow it to flow naturally on its own. One more time. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3. Now breathe out, 3, 2, and 1. Now bring your attention to your shoulders while you continue to breathe in. And notice if there's any tension or strain. If any parts of you feel tight, allow them to relax. Extend your awareness from your shoulders down to the arms, towards the wrists, and then to the fingers. And let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3. Back down. 3, 2, and 1. So whatever it is, let it be. And you may find that you're more aware of your emotions in this moment. So while you're in this state of calm, roll your shoulders, wiggle your fingers, and whenever you're ready, open your eyes back to the room around you. Now, let's get into our conversation. Again, welcome. Here are our objectives for the day. Katie, would you do me a favor? Would you just read the objectives for us? All right, Katie, you're going to need a mic. So John's coming with the mic.
Understand bias and its impacts in school communities, recognize the sources of biases, learn strategies to combat biases.
All right, many thanks. So I thought I'd share a few definitions. John, you might as well stay on this side of the room. I want to share a few definitions for some terms that you may hear me discuss in the next few minutes. And certainly there are some terms that you heard Dr. Peppel throw out in the midst of her conversation in the last hour. Jean, would you help me out? Yeah. All right. Help us with our definitions. And so if you will read the first two.
Sure thing.
Actually, read them all.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Emotional safety, an experience in which one feels safe to express emotions, security, and confidence to take risk, and to also feel challenged to try something new. Explicit bias, attitudes and belief we have about a person or group on a conscious level. Microaggressions, a statement, action, or incident regarded as an instance of indirect, subtle, or unintentional discrimination against members of a marginalized group, i.e. racial or ethnic minorities, and unconscious implicit bias, unintended, subtle, and subconscious thoughts that happen to all people.
All right, so Katie, can you give an example of emotional safety?
So emotional safety, I feel, is in a school setting if the students are trusting you. I think all educators have power, no matter what their position. And so I feel that school needs to be the safe place. And so all students should feel safe and be able to trust the adults in the building.
Absolutely, and it's that key word, safe. Safe to be authentic with someone. Jean, explicit bias. Can you give us an example?
An example of explicit bias, I would say, is paying male employees more than female employees for the same position.
All right, absolutely. You know, it's when a teacher might openly pick somebody, or in the workplace, you might pick somebody based on a race, based on your preference towards that race. All right, you know, microaggressions. Katie. And Jean, of course, you know I'm coming right back to you for the last one. All right.
Changing my seat. I mean, a lot of times it happens in the classroom talking about history, and sometimes using your opinion and your culture against other students or other faculty members. Not sure if I did a good job on that one.
All right, and so if I can give a layered example on top of that, you know, Katie and I were talking a little earlier, and Katie, I just want to say you're such a credit to your race for being here today. That's a microaggression. All right, Gene, last one.
I would say an example of unconscious bias is favoring, again, I'm going to go back to that example, favoring a male employee over a female one based on just the fact that he's a male, even though the female may have more experience.
All right, absolutely. I want to give you a school example, a pair to that. So it could be mistaken an ELL student as having a learning disability. That's a bias. So for the rest of you who I didn't call on, did you notice what I did? What did I do? Now you got to give me your name because we're going to have a conversation today. Julia, all right.
Hold on.
Oh, wait a minute, Julia, here you go.
I got you.
All right. Sorry, folks who are at home. I like to move around a lot, so I'm going to try to be sensitive to the fact that you're watching.
My name is Julia, and what I noticed you doing is talking to two people in the room when we had a room full of people.
Absolutely. How do you feel about that?
Or
you might not feel any kind of way.
Beyond curious, it felt like, okay, I was wondering, do you know those people? Like, oh, was there a reason why they are getting all the questions? Those are the thoughts that went through my head.
So may I ask an honest question? Because I believe in being transparent. Give me your name. Adam. So, Adam, let me ask. When I started focusing my attention on two folks in particular, did you start checking email or doing something personal?
Well, no, I was taking notes, I promise.
See, that was the right response, Adam. But I noticed that the body language for everybody else began to shift. And for some of you, you got agitated because I was focusing on Katie and Jean. But the reality is, that's a bias. Because I talked to them during the break. I was sitting around them when Margie walked me in here late and you saw it. And so I had a relationship with them already, albeit surface. And that's what happens with all of us and how biases develop. We develop relationships and we begin to have a preference towards those relationships. So in the start of the conversation, my preference was to focus on those two because those are the two people that I talk to. Now that's a very light example, but imagine what happens in schools every day. So in the next slide, some of you have heard, you know I like to sing songs in the beginning of presentations. And so I want to share one of my favorite songs with you, and I hope that you will agree to join in. And because this is a family setting, I want you to sing along with me. And in fact, would you just stand up for a second? I think this will work better if you stand up. Now, this is from the files of Sesame Street, and some of you may be familiar. The song is called C is for Cookie. Cookie Monster made this a hit. All right, so Taylor, whenever you got it ready.
Now, what starts with the letter C?
Now, wait a minute.
Cookie starts with C.
Now, for our friends who are joining online, I have everybody standing up. I want you to get up, too. Yeah, I want you to sit for the next hour, but I want you to sing along. C is for Cookie. And how many people don't know the words? It's all right because the words are on the screen. That's belonging, see? All right. We have any choir folks here? Oh, nobody's going to own it? All right, you want to help me sing this? No. All right. Well, we can learn it together. All right, Taylor, let's go.
Now, what starts with the letter C? Cookie starts with C. Let's think of other things that starts with C. Who cares about other things? C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
Easy.
Oh, C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. Hey, you know what? A round cookie with one bite out of it looks like a C.
Share just a little diatribe.
Round donut with one bite out of it also looks like a C. But it is not as good as a cookie. Oh, the moon sometimes looks like a C, but you can't
All
eat
right,
that.
here we go.
So, C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Yes, C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. Yeah, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C. Oh boy, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
All right, thanks much, folks. Have a seat. You know, when you're doing this kind of work and you're having these kinds of conversations, you got to have a sense of humor as you're talking about them. Because if you're going to be impactful, you've got to be able to laugh at some of the things some of the times, even though you're doing the serious work. And so the reason why, and I forgot to adjust the slide, the reason why I wanted to talk about Cookie Monster, quite honestly, is did anybody know that there's a bias against Cookie Monster? No, I'm serious. In fact, there's a general bias against Sesame Street. And it's not quite widespread news that Cookie Monster no longer just eats cookies. Well, he eats one cookie, and he does that for dessert. Because now he fills up on vegetables. Fruits and vegetables, let me clarify that. And when this shift occurred, it was based on biases. And I was outraged because I was the older me at that time. And it changed because of unconscious bias. So, you know, Sesame Street was the first children's show to introduce the issue of race to the nation. Young children loved it, but their parents not so much so. Because here was a program where the characters were different colors, and the humans on the show were different colors too. And the stand on Cookie Monster, which turned into a bias, was that Cookie Monster only ate cookies. And kids were following what Cookie Monster did and only wanted to eat cookies for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Kids didn't want to eat vegetables. And that was now a problem. And then when the nation experienced an obesity epidemic, it got worse. Kids were now at an increased risk for diabetes, heart disease, high blood pressure, and other woes. And Cookie Monster was a role model, so how dare he not participate in healing the country? So as a result, the bias suggested that Cookie Monster's diet begin to change. And if bias can impact a television show based on fictional characters, imagine what it does in our schools each and every day. Now, let's hit a hard truth. Unconscious bias and racism are the same thing. Unconscious bias is when you're treating someone with preference based on race. Now, I want to unpack this a little bit. A learned set of beliefs about a specific race of people that either causes you to preface that race or to be discriminatory or not preference that race. And it's something that we learn over time through society. We have lots of racialized experiences, don't we? And when they happen all throughout our lifetime. And we know that as kids, as young as 5, from the test that was run by Kenneth and Mamie Clark. You all remember that? That's that famous doll test where they gave 5-year-olds a set of dolls, one white and one black doll. And regardless of the race of the child, whether it was black or white, they universally chose the white doll because the white doll looked pretty and good and the black doll looked bad and dirty. And so we're primed from a very, very young age, often unconsciously primed, all throughout our day to form biases for one racial group over another. And that's what we talk about when we use the term unconscious bias. It's absorbed, it's learned over time, and unless we pay attention to it, we can enact racial biases towards another group without even consciously paying attention to it. And that's what we do. Your background plus your lived experiences equates to your story. And your story can create biases. And so I want to share an experience and get your thoughts on what bias or biases may have developed in me. And so remind me to ask you when I finish sharing this, what bias do you think might have developed in me? 2 school years ago, our high school hired a young teacher to teach CP math. Is everybody familiar with the term? Yeah, college preparatory. But here's the reality. There's nothing preparatory about those classes. They're typically for lower level students. And as was the case when I joined my current district, many of those students in those CP classes look like me, or whose skin was close as mine. And so high school hired this young teacher to teach math. And the teacher reached out to me one day, just randomly, and she asked me to visit the class because many of the students weren't engaged. And so I visited the classroom, and I observed her for efficacy in terms of her instructional style, her pedagogy, classroom management, and things of that sort. But while I was observing the classroom, I had noticed that the seats were in horizontal rows. And there were 5 rows. And on the 5th row, or the back row, were the black students in the class. On the 4th row, in the row in front, were the Latino students. On the 3rd row were the Asian students, and white students occupied the first 2 rows. And as the teacher was teaching, I noticed that the students who were really participating in class were the students who were in the first 2 rows. But I also noticed something else, that the projector that the teacher was using was situated between the 1st and 2nd rows. So as she was writing on the overhead pieces, she had her back towards many of the students who were in rows 3, 4, and 5. So as a result, they weren't engaged. They weren't participating. And not only were they not participating, but they weren't being called on. There were no cold calls. They weren't raising their hands. In fact, their heads were on their desk. There was no active participation. And then I started watching what the teacher was doing. And as I watched the teacher, I noticed that she was standing in a place in the classroom where students, all students, didn't have access to her. Just those students in those first 2 rows. And her back was turned away so that those in rows 3 through 5 really couldn't get her attention if they really needed to. Now, why couldn't she see them? Again, because the overhead projector was stationed between rows 1 and 2, and she was constantly writing on the slides to demonstrate how to do a particular math problem. So she couldn't see the students, and they couldn't see her. And I thought to myself, could this be the reason why these students aren't participating? Why they aren't engaged? Why school really sucks for them? Because the teacher doesn't even see them. And so I wondered how long this had been going on. And so I made the decision to talk with her afterwards. Now, as a black male educator, I was cautious not to make the teacher feel like I was accusing her of being a racist. And my approach was, this is something that I noticed in the classroom. And you probably don't realize that you're even doing it. And I asked, do you notice that your body faced away from the students, particularly the black and brown and Asian students? She said, I never noticed it. And I said, well, why don't you try changing your position and see if that will help students participate a little more. And so she thought about it, and in that moment, and she said, well, listen, will you come back next week and check the class out again? And so I did. And the second time I went back, I noticed that, one, she changed her position, and two, she was actively cold calling students more. And just by being made aware of something that could possibly be going on in the classroom, it increased students' level of participation. And that's one of the many ways that unconscious bias plays out in the classroom, in a way that a teacher just simply doesn't know until someone points it out. Now, having shared that, do you think I might have developed a bias as a result of that experience? What do you think? I'm not saying I did, I'm asking you. And for our folks joining online, feel free to put your ideas in the chat. Did I develop a bias? I could have. What do you think it might have been? All right, wait a minute, I'm going to bring the mic.
You could have. You could have thought, is this happening in other classrooms? Are teachers noticing all of our students?
I did. Anything else? Well, let's be a little more honest, shall we? I did develop a bias. Not only did I think, was it happening in other classrooms, but then I thought, how many other classrooms with white teachers was this happening in? And I knew I didn't have the bandwidth or capacity to be in every classroom every day. But I also developed another bias, and that was about white teachers in general, right? We all have biases. So I'm going to be honest and say that when we talk about bias and microaggressions and issues of race and equity, we aren't just talking about an onus that's predicated on white colleagues. We're talking about everybody who's sitting in that space, because bias affects everybody. And just that one experience, and I wasn't even in the classroom for an hour, but just that one experience created a bias. Just that one experience in talking with Jean and Katie created a bias with all of you. And had I continued that throughout this session, which I really thought about, I am pretty sure that would have been reflected on the evaluation at the end of this conversation, right? Because it doesn't take much for a bias to get embedded into our personalities, into our minds, because it is a preference, either positively or negatively, towards an experience. And so that was the experience. But I was very intentional to make sure that I didn't hold that bias against all of the staff because I saw it in that one classroom. I'll be honest and say that I've seen it in other classrooms and in other schools, but that still didn't create a bias. I had to be intentional to say, listen, let's bring it to the awareness, to the forefront. Let's bring it to people's attention so that they understand what they might not understand as a result of doing it. Does that make sense? And so I think if you're really going to combat, and this is one of the strategies, bias in any way, shape, or form, you got to be willing to speak out. You can't be silent. You can't sit in a silo. You can't say it'll take care of itself. So your background plus your experiences equals your story. So this is what I'd like you to do. When I was in my final year of my doc program in writing, I did a residency assignment, and my supervisor, who was a former superintendent, said every Friday, you get to come in here late. And I didn't argue that because I was so for that. I could get my gym time back in, I can do me for a few hours, and I didn't have to be in my office until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And she said, I want you to spend the morning reflecting on both your research and your practice. What are the things that you need to come face to face with to get better at what you're going to do? And so I want to pose a similar challenge and ask you all to engage in a little reflection. And not to worry, I'm not going to ask you, not at least right now, to pair share on this one. But I want you to use the questions as a guide. And here's the prompt, including for those who are joining us at home or at work or in whatever virtual space you're in. What bias have you personally exhibited in a school setting in this year alone? What bias have you exhibited in a school setting just in this year alone? Will you take about 2 minutes to reflect? You don't necessarily need to write it down, but think about the bias you may have supported or may have shown up through something, a decision, an action, or something that you've done in this school year. It's hard to sit in silence, isn't it? It's hard to sit in that kind of reflection. But that's something that we all need to do and do on a regular basis if we are going to change the construct of what our nation is currently experiencing. Coming face to face with the thing that's holding you back, the thing that's affecting your practice, the thing that affects mine, is a time period that we all need to share and we need to spend. I would share with you this particular slide. Just notes that sometimes your unconscious bias appears favorable to those who have the same characteristics as you. But you know what's interesting? This might potentially play out at lunch. So Margie, question for you. When we go to lunch, are we eating in another room or are we eating here?
We have a choice. We can eat in the restaurant or in this room.
Okay, so some of you are going to eat in the restaurant, and some of you are going to bring it back to the room. I'd be interested to see how many people bring it back to the room after I say what I'm getting ready to say. Because an unconscious bias is going to play out around 12 o'clock, 12:10, when we all go pick up the food. Because when you sit down to eat with somebody, you're going to gravitate to the person who has similar characteristics as you. You're going to find that all of our white colleagues are going to sit together. Many of our Latino colleagues will sit together. Black colleagues are going to sit together because it's an unconscious bias. It's what we've been taught. And so if you're going to break that, we've got to be intentional. So I want to challenge you today to break that capacity to sit with someone who's familiar to you. Sit with someone you don't know, and it might not make you best friends during that 30-minute conversation. But you'll learn something that'll help you change your practice. Now, that's not the strategy that I'm giving. I've got a whole slide full of strategies I'm going to share in the next couple of minutes. But I do want you to consider that, if you will. I'm almost done. This is an iceberg. An unconscious bias is just like an iceberg, and some of you might have seen this slide previously. The root of it sits under the water and where no one can see it. We don't always know that they are there because we aren't checking for it, but if you're going to deal with it, you have to look at it often because one experience, one encounter will change your perspective. Now, I really do want you to do a pair share for about 4 minutes. I want you to scrap the first part of this prompt. We know there are biases in schools, but aside from what I shared so far, are there other biases that show up in schools? So I want you to connect with somebody. And maybe let's put 5 minutes on the clock here, a minute to move and just connect with somebody else. So you can stand up, you can sit, whichever your pleasure is. I know some of you don't like to talk during presentations. I love it because it gets the blood flowing and it gets the mind thinking and it gets the solutions working. So I want you to find somebody. In the next 60 seconds, when I say go, somebody who you don't know, who you haven't talked to, and we're going to explore a different prompt. Again, where do biases show up in school? All right, go. If you're joining us online and you're with a group, we want you to do the same thing. Where do biases show up in school? And if you're seated alone and you're watching this, jot down on a piece of paper in the chat, where do biases show up in school? All right, friends, if we can bring your attention back. I know that some had some great conversations. John, if you will help me out for just a couple of minutes, just want to hear from 2 to 3 folks on what you came up with in your conversations. Where else do biases show up in schools?
So one of the things that I offered was I see a pattern of teachers who are hesitant to reach out to families of an ELL student and immediately assume that there's no way to communicate, even though we have all these awesome tools. But we also have some families who can speak English. And there's sort of an assumption made and this fear, so communication that might have gone home for another student doesn't happen. And that is something I've seen over the course of my career, and I feel like I'm a little bit of a broken record with it, but I think it's important to be communicating no matter what.
It is, and continue to be a broken record, because sometimes you have to plant seeds repeatedly before they land on fertile soil. Other thoughts? Where do biases show up in schools?
Participation structures and rubrics that give privilege to neurotypical students, Eurocentric presenting students in terms of behavior, outspoken students as opposed to students who might be a little bit more introverted or showing engagement in non-traditional ways.
All right, many thanks. Absolutely.
Around special education, be both from teachers reading kind of naming students like actions as behaviors as opposed to potentially other things going on, seeing things as a behavioral issue, or being kind of like over quick to identify a student as potentially having a disability where there might be something else that's underlying it. And I know there was an example earlier of like, say, an EL student who maybe isn't having their language needs met, and might be read as a disability as opposed to not having needs met correctly.
Absolutely, and I think we have one more in the back.
I was going to also offer socioeconomically, like right now school lunch is free for everyone, but if you've got money, you can also have a second lunch and you can get ice cream and snacks. If you don't have money, you're out.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, absolutely. We see that a lot in schools too. All right.
We have a lot of things on chat.
All right, wonderful.
One person says, assuming students don't have support at home based on students' race.
Mm-hmm.
Higher discipline rates for blacks and brown students.
Often.
Everywhere in the classroom, cafe, hallways, art room, music room, PE, class, behavioral issues.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I want to thank you for the conversation, and thank you for the thoughts. Those are just a few ways that bias shows up in the classroom. And so I want to share a few more ways layered on top of that for our understanding on today. All right, and so I'm going to go over to this side of the room now. I thought you'd appreciate that. I haven't forgotten about the middle. Could anybody volunteer to help me with about 4 slides? 4 people, if you will, including our friends on the back. All right. Not everybody all at once. All right, many, many thanks. Will you just share this slide with us?
Hold on, let me get the mic.
How does bias show up in schools? Curriculum and textbooks, exclusion of groups of people, adjectives are used to portray one group as more significant or powerful. When one group exhibits one set of values while another group is in possession of another set of values, and controversial topics are glossed over.
So those are just 4 biases out of many biases that show up in curriculums and in textbooks. All right, someone to take this slide for us.
Hold on.
All right, I'm going to start moving in this direction for our third reader.
All right. How does bias show up in schools? Continued. Assimilationist lens. Immigrants and other subcultures should adopt the lifestyle, values, and customs of the majority culture. Want individuals to submerge their cultural identities in favor of patriotic ideals. The primary allegiance should be to the welfare of the nation. Use of the English language.
You know, have you ever heard one of your colleagues say, I wish they would speak English in class? And I don't have the mic with me because the mic I've already passed off. You know, I was sharing, for those who are online, that you may have heard colleagues, I know I've had the experience of hearing colleagues say, well, you know, I wish students would speak English in class. You know, it's hard to use the translation tools and other materials that help us to reach students. All right, item number 3.
How does bias show up in schools? Colorblind lens. When I see you, I only see a person, not their color. Ignore institutional racism. Deny people's identity.
All right, that's another way that bias shows up in schools. Here's yet another way that bias shows up in schools.
Meritocracy?
Yes.
lens. If you work hard enough, you can compete and make your dreams come true. Focus on the individual to overcome barriers rather than acknowledging systemic inequities. And unaware of how infrastructure and culture creates barriers for groups that don't fit with the predominant culture.
All right, these are just a sampling of ways, but there are many ways that biases show up in our schools. Now, this slide references biases in staff relationships. So when your preferences impact another person or group, you are likely demonstrating a bias. Now, I want you to check this out, because really the point of this slide is that all of us have a bias, each and every one of us. Do you believe that statement? Does anybody disagree? Can I drive that point home? Let's play a game. I'm going to give you 2 prompts, and I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to mind. All right? You can just popcorn out. When I say prison, what kind of people do you think of? Men. What else? Gangs. For our folks online, feel free to put a response in the chat. When I say prison, what type of people do you think of? Tattoos. Yeah. Black men.
Rapists.
Rapists.
Drug involved.
Drug involved. Well, I'm sorry. Uneducated.
So as someone who's had family in prison, I don't see any.
I'm sorry. Oh, microphone.
As someone who's had family in prison, that's not how I view it at all.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Women, educated, and people who haven't always been seen the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Give me a name.
Daniela Carrigodas.
Danielle.
Carrigodas.
Carrigodas. All right. I believe naming is an equity issue, right? And so if I don't get it right the first time, I stay on it until I get it right. So if I didn't pronounce it right, we're going to stay right there. But you know what's very interesting? Daniela, all right? Carregas. All right. You know what's interesting until that was brought forward? That nobody thought about Martha Stewart, who went to prison, because our society doesn't teach that we focus on white women, educated white women, wealthy white women who go to prison. All right, let's try one more. When I say basketball, what do you think of? Black men.
Yukon women.
Yukon women. I see a bias right there. Tall. What else? Celtics. Although I'm a 76ers fan through and through. We'll talk about the Eagles at lunch. Know what's interesting? We talked about men, tall men. We even mentioned women. But did we think about the U.S. Paralympic women's basketball team who won a championship a couple of years ago? Because our society doesn't teach us or doesn't embed in us that people with disabilities can shoot a ball. That's a bias. So we all have them, predicated on what our experience is and what our background is. All right, so here's some strategies if you're really interested in combating bias and in yourself and for others. 1, be aware of yourself and others. So the frame of reference is, before you try to change somebody else, make sure you look in the mirror and change yourself first. Understand that biases exist and we all have them. They're rooted in our preference for or against something. Number 2, manage your behavior. Be mindful of how you respond to others and take responsibilities for your action. And even though I talk about these topics regularly, I still have to think about how I show up with people who don't think the way that I think, who don't believe in the idea that biases actually exist. And so I can't be the one to go off on a flippant handle and be an angry black man, because then how much do I really change if people are afraid to engage in conversation? Number 3, develop a cultural awareness. Take time to get to know cultures that are different and incorporate practices that treat others the way that you want to be treated. Now, none of these are easy tasks. They all take some work and they take intentionality. Number 4, develop cross-group friendships. And so the relationships that are formed outside the classroom can certainly have an impact on bias. Studies show, many, show that cross-group friendships decrease prejudice and decrease preferences for social hierarchy. Here are 4 simple strategies that you can make a choice to do today. Now, I want to bring microaggressions back to the table because Dr. Peppel ended with microaggressions. I thought I'd do the same and follow suit. If you're going to address microaggressions, this is a strategy that I have found to be helpful. I share it with our team and my district as a way to really get to the heart and address microaggressions. Is this the only way to do it? Absolutely not. There are many strategies that you can use. This is just one that I'm sharing with you. One is called the 4 Ds: discern, disarm, defy, decide. The first thing I do whenever I hear microaggression is determine the investment I want to make in addressing that microaggression. I don't always feel like I have to or I want to address everything that's being said, because whatever you address, you take that baggage with you into the rest of your day. And some days I choose not to take it with me. Determine the investment that you want to make. Now, in that moment, once you determine the investment that you want to make, then you disarm, which means you confront the person who committed the microaggression. Now, there are a few strategies that I often recommend for disarming, because you don't want to get up in somebody's face and start accusing right away, because then that conversation is really going to go to the opposite end of the spectrum real quick. But you want to confront the person. And you want to do it in a way that's civil, you want to do it in a way that's engaging, and you want to do it in a way that's going to help them to have a conversation. You want to defy, clarify the statement or action using probing questions. Renee, when we were in the meeting yesterday, I heard you say, I interpret it in this way. Is that accurate? Right? So you put the onus back on the person who issued the microaggression. And it's 11:15, so if you will give me 2 more minutes, all right? And then the last thing, decide, what will an incident take from you? How much peace will it cause you? How much angst will you take into other relationships and other conversations and other meetings on that day? So the 4 Ds. Unconscious bias adds up, and here it is. One decision that you think is small when you collectively make a series of small choices and small actions, they become larger actions. And so people, Dr. Peppel asked an earlier question, what is the impact or consequence of microaggressions? And when I was talking with Katie, who I met in that moment, I said a lawless society. Because why would I follow the laws of the land if you think so little of me? That's just one thought. But there are many outcomes to microaggressions. Here are some guiding questions for you to take as you consider how you want to stand up in your professional life, in your work life. You know, when I think about biases and dealing with biases in my own life, I have these 4 questions, you know, kind of committed to memory, if you will. What am I thinking in this moment? And why am I thinking it? What is the experience that forced me to be triggered or traumatized? Going into 3, that past experience that's affecting how I'm getting ready to respond. And then the last thing, is this experience applicable now, or is it based on a preference or a bias that I have? So it's a way that you begin to check yourself regularly against your own biases before you bring this conversation to other folks. What questions and answers do you have? And I know we might have a few questions that are on chat as well. And it's okay if you don't have a question now. We'll be together at lunch. Or comments that you'd like to share. Oh, is that my ending bell? Okay. All right, anything in the chat? All right, wonderful. I trust that something shared has resonated with you. If you have additional questions, feel free to reach out later on. And so I think we're going to do a little bit of a break, if you will. Maybe it's a minute or 2. And the next presenter is going to be Dr. Renee Haywood. And I think I didn't go over too much, so thank you.
Dr. Morgan, I have something for you to say thank you.
Oh, well, you know you never have to.
But you know I want to.
All right. I want you to as well.
That was wonderful. It's not the first time I've had the pleasure of hearing you, and I just find you to be so thoughtful in your presentations, and your style is just beautiful, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And as an added challenge, C is for cookie. Sing it to your neighbor at lunch.
Stand up, take a quick minute, and then Dr. Hayward will be with us, so you want to stand up, good for your legs, and your circulation.
All right, we're going to get started in about 30 seconds, so maybe finish your conversation. There are a lot of people out in the hall. Are we good? I could wait for them to come in. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Give you a break. No. Okay. All right. So, hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Renee, and we are going to talk about role ambiguity. And it's interesting, you know, when I got this topic, I'm like, I really like what you were doing, because that's what I do. But this really allowed me to dig in, and thank you, Dr. Peppel, for assigning me this piece of the framework. Dr. Peppel and I have followed each other on social media for the last 3 years, I guess, and it's as if we've known each other for so long. And this is our very first time meeting each other in person. So I was so excited just to meet her in person. And Andrea, we've had you in my district, so thank you so much for everything. And I'm looking forward to everybody else this afternoon. But this is role ambiguity. And normally is this working here? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. So normally I show credentials and all that. We're not going to do that. I want to know, which of my furry friends do you identify with this morning? All right. So are you number one? Is there a number one in here? Can you just raise your hand if you're not afraid to admit it? Okay, no number ones? Okay, we got a number one. Okay, very honest. Good. How about number two? Who's in that space? Okay. Quite a few number twos. How about number three? It's Tuesday. It's not Monday, but it's still Tuesday. Okay. Who's a four? Let's just give you a hug. Anybody? How about number five? You are waiting for next Monday. As an educator, we live for the breaks. Now I have my own company, so I can work whenever I want to work. Amen. But you all, I know that. You work for the next vacation. So number five, you'll be there. If you're not there today, you'll be there soon. How about number six? You're just ready to get down to business. Number six. Okay. So I have to confess, number two is my favorite. You know why? Because that's my dog, Miles, my yellow lab, Miles. We caught this picture of him. I was just rubbing his belly, and he just smiled up at me, and we grabbed the picture. So that is my dog, Miles. So I'm so grateful for the twos of you who identified with my furry friend, Miles. All right, this is something that I have been using with most of my conversations, and I change what's in the purple for the conversation. So for those of you who's ever heard of the term cognitive dissonance? Okay, good. We got a lot of folks. So cognitive dissonance is this uneasy, unpleasant tension state. So you're in a state of tension, and you're aware that your beliefs and your actions are inconsistent. So there's this internal struggle that you have where you say you believe a certain thing, but you do something that's totally opposite, okay? And so here's an example. Your belief, this is what you say you believe, that you're an ally to people of color. But then what you actually do, you don't support their success. So there's a cognitive dissonance. There's something that doesn't match, so you have a choice. The solution is you either change your action. I am an ally to people of color, and your action is to try to help new employees of color feel they belong, or you have to change your belief. I don't believe we need to diversify our staff. I won't make any efforts to make them feel welcome. And so it's up to you every single day to have a solution for that cognitive dissonance. It's really important because a lot of us, we have that all the time, where we say we want to do something, we say we're an ally, but when it comes time to act, you might be invisible, you might be silent, or you'll say something different, or you could be part of the problem. Whatever that is, it doesn't match. And so our life's work is to resolve our cognitive dissonance. Just be honest. If you don't believe that we need to diversify staff, then we already knew that anyway because you showed the action. But If you say that you're an ally, then it's your responsibility to support that belief with your actions. Got it? So that's our life work all the time. So let's just talk about something called role theory. So role theory is that, okay, I can't see my words here. I'm gonna go look at my role theory. Suggests that human behavior is guided by expectations linked to different daily roles, according to Sluss et al. Now think about it. When you first came in here, there were certain roles that people had. We know what these folks, their roles are, right? One is to run the camera, make sure that he can hear us. That's why he has the headphones on. And then your role is to take a look at the chat and make sure that all of the presentations are up. We also had folks that greeted us, right? You knew who was in charge and was telling you what to do. All of those things. There are certain roles that were identified because we saw people acting in their roles. And so people participate in groups and organizations. Each person occupies distinct positions. So we all have our roles to play. You might be a teacher, a mentor, a resource officer, all of those things. You have your own role. And then every position has a function. And then those roles become formalized. There's expectations and norms around those roles. There's rewards and punishments for you acting in those roles. And then you conform to the norms. And then the groups, they evaluate your performance and ensure compliance through those expected sanctions. So say if, I don't know, the camera just decided to not work anymore, then we would look over here, wouldn't we? Yes, because we have an expectation of what's happening over there. I know. My husband and my son, they do sound at our church, and so I am always really grateful for the techies over there who do their work, because if something goes wrong, it's automatic. We're looking right at you, not over here, because that's just the pressure of the job. So thank you so much for what you do. So the definition of role ambiguity, it occurs when an employee lacks a clear job description. There's absence of defined objectives for the role. There's a vague responsibility breakdown. It's ambiguous, it's vague. Employees feel confused and uncertain about job tasks. Energy may be wasted on insignificant tasks because I don't know what my role is. So I'm just gonna do what I know what to do, but that might not be what you hired me for, but no one's telling me what my job is, so I'm just gonna do what I know what to do, or what I think should be done in this context. And so you're managing numerous responsibilities that don't align with the goals or the job title. And you can be evaluated on that too. So there was this meta-analysis, and they examined 88 studies, and the focus was the relationship between role ambiguity and job satisfaction and job performance. And this was between 1967 and 1990, so a good chunk of time. And included in the study at the end were 39 of those studies. And the findings were that role ambiguity is significantly and negatively related to job satisfaction and job performance, with a weaker relationship for job performance. So you will be unsatisfied in your role because you're not sure what your role is. So here's the impact of role ambiguity. There's a cause and effect. There's an impact on teachers of color. It leads to feelings of isolation because, again, you're not sure what you're supposed to do, so you kind of stay in your corner because no one's giving me any direction. There's stress. There's decreased job satisfaction. So you came with this excitement to do something, and all of a sudden it's like, this isn't what I really signed up for. Teachers of color may not have clear expectations or support systems. So they hire you because they have this role, but they don't really know what the role is. You were hired because we're trying to diversify our staff, but we really don't know what to tell you to do. We just want you to be yourself, and what does that mean, and how is that evaluated? And how can someone evaluate that when they're not even connected to who you are. So there's expectations that are unclear, and there's no one to support you to make things clear. Their unique position within predominantly white institutions exacerbates the issue. So if you're the only one, my whole life has been being the only one or one of few at, cabinet meetings, at higher level meetings, the only one, in classroom, the only one. I was just telling my friend over here that I went to high school in Reading. I lived in West Medford, long story how I ended up in Reading. The only 2 black families there. And so there was this tension that I had with my history teacher. And he would spin history in such a way that he was just nasty about it. I don't know how else to say it. When it came to talking about, slavery or anything that had to do with black people, because it was either black or white. Everybody else was kind of invisible at that point in history books. And the stories that were told about black folks were really not positive. And so he would always single me out. What do you think about that, Renee? It wasn't like share your story, who you are. It was just such a nasty way of interacting with someone who was a child. And so everyone knew it. All the students knew it, but they had no tools to speak about it. Everyone felt powerless to do something about it. And so on the very day that Christy McAuliffe and that the aircraft went to the moon and crashed, that was the day that I almost punched my history teacher in the jaw, because we had this back and forth. He forgot I was a student. He forgot I was a child. I didn't really care who he was because I had had enough. And as my arm went back to pop him in the jaw, a student came in between us, and she said, "Wait, you're a teacher. You're a student. What's going on here?" And that was enough to kind of get me out of my crazy. And it's funny, it happened in the library, and the librarian sitting in the corner like, I don't know what to do here. And I never got in trouble because my principal knew what kind of person he was, but he had 2 years left before he retired. And for some reason, districts feel like they owe you your retirement. So the rest of the students have to suffer with someone like that. And so there was no support for me in that situation. No one knew what to do, but I had to do what I had to do. And I know it was the wrong thing to do, but what else could I have done in my teenage brain? And so those kinds of, being put in those kinds of situations in a predominantly white institution, in a predominantly white space where you have no help, you're drowning and you're going down in the water, down, 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 and you raise your hand, but everyone looks away. What are you supposed to do? You start to die little by little, and that is why people of color leave institutions that are not supportive. Last one, they may feel like they have to navigate multiple roles without clear guidance. So again, when you don't have someone to connect to, you're code switching all the time, you're in these spaces and you don't know where the landmines are, but everyone else knows. So you could just come in and be yourself, and all of a sudden you've stepped on this huge explosive bomb because you didn't know that the culture that was set there was going to do that to you. And so you wonder why you see on the resume, this person left. I've been in on so many interview panels because they have to have one of us, right? So that's me. Yeah. And so here I am, and I hear it. Oh, they've only been at this place 1 year. They never seem to stay the 3 years. What is that? And then I'll have to say it is because of the environment. So I hear you all say this all the time. Let's stop. Let's just look at their qualifications. Why are you looking at Mary Sue when she doesn't even have the skills? And this person has the doctorate, they have the experience, the education, and you're talking about the fact that they weren't there for the 3 years? What are we doing here? Are you trying to cancel people out before they even start? And so I've had those battles. I write about it in my book. I have these battles all the time, and it gets exhausting. The impact on DEI directors. So here we go. These roles popped up basically in response to George Floyd, let's just be honest, and everyone started to be a little bit more sensitive and wanted to do something. Didn't know what to do, didn't even know what the roles were, didn't even know how to write the job description, let's just be honest. So they knew that they needed to have someone to address some of these issues, but they didn't give any direction as to what to do, how to do it, because they didn't know. So there were unclear expectations. There still are unclear expectations. I was on the board of AMSEL, the Association of Massachusetts School Equity Leaders, and I was the PD chair. And it was clear across the board that there was different expectations based on the district, and it wasn't always clear. Wasn't always clear. So basically, the job is being created as we go. The plane is being built while we're flying, and that's fine for now. But after a while, it's like you do know, come on, you do know what the need is, and so let's just fill that need. So there's varied responsibilities, and for DEI directors, so I was the assistant superintendent of one of the largest districts in Massachusetts, considered the blackest city in New England, 86% students of color, and I had a different role than other people. For some, the DEI director is that person who brings the books that have people of color in it. Make sure you have some books. Maybe allowed to do a couple of professional development days, not even days, a couple hours at the end of, maybe the half a day, you might get an hour. You got to squeeze yourself in. So there's all of these different responsibilities that are very different. So then how can you get that support system when the roles are even different? When there's expectations, and some are, it's performative. They're just bringing someone in just to say that they have someone. But when you look under the hood, you're seeing that nothing works because they're not allowing you to work. They just have you in that position to hold place so that you can say, we have a DEI director, so we're good. What's under the hood? What's under the hood? And there's stakeholder pressure. So there's expectations from one group. So I know that when I started my role, because I was the inaugural assistant sup as well in my role, and so the black folks were like, look, I'm so glad you were here. We needed somebody to talk to, and so I would be that person, the therapist, like, okay, yeah, I know it's tough. Let me see. Let me go translate. Let me help you speak to that person so that you can not be received as the angry black man, as the angry black woman. All right, this is how you do it, But then what happens after that? What happens with the district, and how are they receiving what you have to offer? And a lot of folks, it's you have all of this to offer, but you're only allowed this much, because that's really all we want. We don't want to make lasting change. We just want to have you hold a place, and that's it. And so can you imagine being in that role as a DEI director? I think about the phrase, hope deferred makes the heart grow sick. So there's hope that we are going to make a change. And then you get in the role and you're like, dang, this is not what y'all told me it was going to be. This is not what I expected. This is not the passion that I came to express. And then my heart grows sick. And what that means is I silently quit. I disappear. I disengage. I don't want to be bothered because I'm not going to participate in my own harm. So I will leave you to yourself, and I will find the space that works for me. That's just how it is. My district shut down my entire department. I work for myself now, and I'm loving it. So I work with districts like you. I coach teachers who have implicit bias issues, and we can have honest conversations. I'm selling my book. I'm teaching it at a college level. I'm doing all of these things now, the things that I want to do. So sometimes circumstances happen to allow you to be free, to do what you need to do. Because I'm telling you, if you have a DEI director, give them a hug or something. Because they're going through a lot right now, a lot. And often they're the ones that are looked at to fix every single issue of race in the district. Like, think about that. Think about that. You're basically asking that person to find a cure for cancer. Come on, with no team. My district had a team, but most folks don't have a team. And so it's ambiguous because it's like, what am I supposed to do with this little that you gave me? What am I supposed to do? And so there's an impact on effectiveness because you're judged. Whether you have a team, whether you get the support, you're still judged by the stakeholders, by the folks that are counting on you. All of that is still happening. And no one really cares what support you have. They just want the work done. There's a need for clarity. So here are some of the, here's how it is impactful here. And when I say educators of color, I'm talking about everyone in the school building, okay? So that could be the DEI director, that could be the officer, it could be all, because it's everybody in the building. So educators of color often feel pressure to represent the entire racial group. So I was an assistant soup, and I was great, glad to be in that role. But there's a lot of pressure there because if I mess up, if I don't do everything at 200%, where someone else who's a white person, they can come in and do it at 50%. For some reason, I'm evaluated at this higher level. I'm going to ruin it for every other person behind me. It's unfortunate that that pressure is there, but my mistakes can't be they won't be just my mistakes. They are the mistakes of every Black and brown person that may come behind me, and they will be evaluated and looked at based on what I've done before that. So mistakes by white individuals are not attributed to their entire race. A white person can make that mistake, and it's not an issue. It's not ascribed to an entire race. Mistakes made by people of color may affect hiring decisions by white leaders because they'll be skeptical. And they won't be sure if I'm not sure if I can hire another Black male in this role because someone else before them, they messed it up. So let's just try something different. We're going in a different direction. I don't know how many of us have heard that in this room, going in a different direction. Whites can be seen as individuals, where people of color are representing everyone in their racial group. Another impact is navigating cultural competency. So there's unclear role expectations regarding cultural sensitivity, and that impacts educators of color. So there's an assumption that an educator of color knows everything about being a person of color. It's working it out. Really it is. I don't know about you here, but if you're a woman, you're trying to work out every stage of your life, right? If you're a man, you're working out the different stages of life. So it changes. So it's not like because I'm born a person of color that I know it all. I'm trying to work through that. And there's internal issues as well within the culture that come into play when you're doing this work, when you're interfacing with white people and people of color. So everyone has the biases, everyone has the issues that they're working through. So everyone needs support. Everyone needs support. And they struggle to balance their own cultural background with the needs of diverse students. So think about that. So say if I went to Reading High School. I don't know if anyone here is from Reading. If you are, sorry about that. There were two Black families in Reading, and we were one of them. And so here I am trying to be that student, but imagine if I were the one teacher. And I'm trying to balance me being in this space with no other educators of color, no one who looks like me at all. And then I'm assigned to the MEDCO program. And I'm supposed to help you, but I'm trying to work on me too. And there's no support from anybody. We're just thrown into a room to figure it out. So I'm saying all of this because you need to know the truth behind the curtains. You need to know what's happening under the hood so that you can do something about it. Because once I tell you, you're going to start seeing it, okay? And you won't be able to unsee it. So this is kind of that matrix, thing, like the red pill, blue pill. Which one are you going to take? Because you need to know, once you take this pill, you're going to see life as it really is. And you can't go back and take the other pill and be oblivious to what's happening out there. So you're in this room, so you've taken the right pill. You've taken the red pill. I'm sorry, you ingested it when you came in that door, so you can't unsee what you've seen already and what you will see. So microaggressions, we talked about that. And, they're subtle, blatant, daily. Another definition, which I wish I had brought up here, Dr. Ken Hardy, he is a psychologist, and he does a lot of work on racial trauma, and he renamed it assaults on dignity. So microaggressions are assaults on dignity. So can you imagine if that's happening to you every single day, death by 1,000 cuts? You don't have to shoot me, you just have to slice me every single day. And that is a torture technique. I don't know if you know that, but look it up, death by 1,000 cuts. It's a torture technique. And often, people of color feel tortured in predominantly white spaces, and it's hard to stay. You want to stay. We want to stay, but it's hard to stay because there's no support. So we already talked about these three types of microaggressions, and I want to move a little bit quicker because I want to get to what we can do. There's an increased workload. I mean, you get to handle all of the high behavior students, the most difficult. And that's what we find is that when you are a black teacher, you're assigned the most challenging, but you don't have the skills yet. You're a new teacher. It doesn't matter what color you are. You're a new teacher. So imagine that. You're just trying to find out how to do the classroom management and all of that. And how are you figuring all of these things out as a new teacher, and they give you the toughest kids? So you're already doomed before you start. It should be that more experienced teacher, but for some reason, they're always bumped up to AP because it is a place of honor. But how about teaching one of those and teaching one of the CP classes so that you can make space for a new teacher? I'm just going to keep going. Lack of mentorship and support networks. So there's limited diversity among staff of color, so there's no one to connect to. And they may lack access to colleagues who understand their experiences. There's a lack of support, and so there's feelings of isolation. There's burnout. So all of that, I'm hoping that you connected with what I was saying emotionally, because there's burnout and there's turnover. And that's why you see it on their resume. There's turnover because after a while, it's like, I can't stay here. This is taking too much. It's causing issues for me at my home. I'm too tired to give to my kids. So all of that causes the turnover. Decreased student engagement because, again, you're dealing with your own issues. And how do you manage all of that? Reduced sense of belonging. Again, being the only one, you feel less connected. You see that everyone else has lunch together. Who do you eat lunch with? I mean, it's real. It is real. So how to mitigate role ambiguity? Supervisors need to give clear expectations and professional development. And so when I say professional development, a lot of folks will assume that it's about how to manage in a predominantly white institution. No, it's for the job. If I'm a math teacher, give me professional development for math so that I'm skilled. You have all of these teachers that have the emergency license, and the way that they speak about them, there's a undertone. I've been in those conversations. I'm like, oh, but do I fight every single battle? I can't fight every battle. I can't like come back at every statement that's made and say, well, actually, because I'll just be exhausted. I can't do it. I can't do it. But think about this. The professional development is for the skill that's needed to do the job, classroom management, whatever that is. But there should be professional development for the environment where they're being brought into, because the dominant culture dominates the culture. They're the ones that create the culture. So if I'm coming into a space, so let's just go with this one. So if I am a male and I'm dealing with all these stereotypes, so it's funny, as a former DEI director, let's just deal with that because we know what those are. If I want to go to Wellesley and I'm a guy, Wellesley wasn't created with me, Wellesley College wasn't created with me in mind. Let's just pretend they've got all the pinks and fluffies and all that I guess ladies like. Again, stereotypes. And then you're a guy, but now they're opening it up to men, and you want to participate in the psychology program because they have the best one. How do you manage in that environment when it wasn't even created with you in mind? What's all this pink? What's up? Can we get a blue? What's going on here? Look, what's on the walls? Oh, all these older white women. So forget about it. If you're a black male and you come in there, there's nobody who's going to look like you on the wall at all. And so you see another guy who comes in the room. Oh my gosh, there's another guy in here. And you know at lunchtime we're going to connect. And I'm going to say, how are you doing this thing? Like, because I'm having a hard time. They don't even see me. They don't see me. How are you doing it? You've been here one more year than I have. Well, and then you kind of give me some inside information. I can breathe knowing that I have another one person, right? So I can manage in this environment if I know I can connect with a one person. And the professional development that happens really should be for the dominant culture. So the ladies at the Wellesley College should just get some professional development. Now we're opening up to men. And so now this is what we need to be thinking about to prepare them so that they can be welcoming. Here's some data. Increased efficiency. So if you make the roles clear, increased efficiency. Employees with clear role expectations are 53% more efficient at work compared to those with ambiguous roles. There's improved effectiveness. Clear role expectations make employees 27% more effective in their tasks. Higher job satisfaction. 75% of employees with clear role expectations report higher levels of job satisfaction. Reduced turnover. Organizations with clear role expectations experience lower turnovers. And then enhanced engagement. Clear role expectations lead to a higher engagement and motivation among employees. Diverse leadership and mentorship programs. So foster a diverse leadership team. And, and I know that I don't think we have any superintendents in here, right? But hopefully there would be some online that you need to be thinking about creating a diverse leadership team. You know why? Because you need to have different points of view. For me, I am not the smartest person in the room, but I know some stuff. And I know enough to have people who are different than I am, who are smarter than I am in certain areas, because if we want to move forward, I need a team. I don't need duplicates of me, because I can just stay home and make all the decisions. But if I want to affect change in an organization, in a district, I need eyes from different perspectives so that they can inform me as to what the word is out on the street. And that's how I can decide as the leader. But if I just keep people who look like me and think like me, then I'm not going to make any change. And that is one of the things that I comment on based on my research for my doctoral work is we already know that 80% of educators are white, mostly women. But when I've been on interview panels, most of the people on the panel and most of the people that they bring in for interviews are blonde females, because we pull in people who we're familiar with. That's just how it is, because we have certain biases. And I was shocked, and I did some research, because I looked and I go, blonde is actually 2%. It's a small number of who should be blonde, unless you're in Sweden and other countries. But here, why is it that all of these educators, this is a diverse group, and amen to y'all, because this is amazing. But normally this is not what I see when I'm on an interview panel. And it's because there is a bias towards blonde females. So I did some research, and if you look, the majority of female CEOs are blonde. And it even said in the article that if you are even a black person and you want to move forward in your career, dye your hair blonde, because there is a way that people see blondes and they will elevate you without being intimidated. So there's research out there. I can send it to Dr. Peppel, but it is out there. Again, we're looking under the hood as to what's actually happening out there in the real world. So we want to have mentorship. We want to provide connections for educators of color so that they don't feel alone. Because just like I noticed so many things, they're noticing so many things, and they're seeing that they're being excluded. They're seeing that they're not being pulled in. They don't feel connected, and that is because of the culture that exists. More data. Promotion rates, black employees with mentors are 5 times more likely to be promoted than those without mentors, because there's someone who is helping them navigate the system. Retention rate, companies with strong mentorship programs see 38% higher retention rate. Psychological safety, 78% of black employees with mentors report feeling more psychologically safe at work. So think about that guy who's at Wellesley. If he just sees one, if he can connect with that one person, then he feels more psychologically safe wherever he is in the space, because he's able to go back to a comfort space, to be empowered to go out into the general space. Networking, 65% of black employees with mentors have expanded their professional networks significantly. And then leadership development. Black employees with mentors are 3 times more likely to move into leadership positions. And that is because there's been time being put into that person. I am a graduate of Influence 100, Massachusetts Department of Ed. They are trying to diversify the superintendency across the state. And so there's an effort there to diversify at that top level, because we need to see people of color in power positions, making the decisions, not just pushing the broom, but actually running the boardroom, right? And so kids need to see examples of themselves. Boys don't have examples of themselves either, because the majority of educators are female. And then black males are only 2% of educators across the country. So we have a few here, but there's not many out there. So if you have one, hold on to them. Open communication and feedback. And I think that my brother's going to do that, or Vanetta's going to do the feedback piece. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time, because I got to shut this down. So I'm going to leave that. Culturally competent school environment. I mentioned that a little bit just now, but the environment has to be ready. So I'm also part of Mass DESI's teacher diversification. I'm one of the coaches and facilitators for them. And there's a lot of work that's happening, but a lot of work needs to happen within the districts, because if a superintendent wants to diversify his teaching staff, then you have to prepare the environment to receive them, because you're just sending them into the lion's den with people who will not, and I'm making these statements, it's not everybody, so hopefully you know that. But there are people who are not always welcoming, When I diversified my staff, when I was in DYS, I had 40% of my staff were of color. And I thought, everyone was going to be good with that because the majority of the students who are incarcerated in Massachusetts are Black and brown. And I started to see snubbing of noses and people being excluded. And so I'd go to my principals and say, hey, what about this? And they go, I don't even know what you're talking about. And I said, what do you mean? The other principals they met. Well, they didn't invite me. And so there's information that principal didn't have because they were excluded. And so how can they elevate? How can they do that? And so there's always this fear about diversifying, but it is because we're preparing our kids for a global society that doesn't look like Reading, that doesn't look like a lot of our towns. And so it's important because we have to prepare them to be around people that are different. And so when you have people in these roles, educators of color, who should be there to help them navigate these systems, when you have DEI directors that are hired to help the teachers and other folks cultivate that culture, you have to support them. You have to support them so that the kids can get what they need, so that they're prepared for this global society and they don't hurt people. And that's all kids. So I come back to this. Your belief, I'm an ally to people of color. But the action, I don't support their success. If this isn't you, then it's not you. You're good. But if it is you, it's time to be reflective and say, what moves am I making or not making to support my educators of color? Resolve the cognitive dissonance that you have. And so I am an ally to people of color. I try to help new employees of color feel they belong. And really all it is, you don't have to be weird about it. Please don't touch somebody's hair. You don't have to comment on their cool outfit every single day. That's just weird. But, all you have to do is just be normal. Like whatever you would do with a white person, you would do with them and say, hey, did you watch the game? I don't know. What did you cook last night? Something like that. Do you have kids? Like normal. Because if you get weird, then they're like, okay, I don't even know what to do with you. I know you're trying, but again, it's kind of creepy. So let's just be normal, relax, and talk to people like people. That's really all that's what it comes down to. Or if your belief is, I don't believe we need to diversify staff. We already knew that because of the actions. And we know that because you don't make any efforts to make them feel welcome. So that is the end for me. I want to stay connected. Here's a couple, what are these, QR codes? On the left, I have some here, Finding Me, Finding Us for Educators is a book that I wrote. I was asked to create a course for teachers who have implicit bias incidents. And that was more punitive. If you're out the 5 days while the investigation happens, you might as well be doing some work. And I realized that there was no process for the work. There was no process, period. So I created a course, but that was more punitive. And I wanted to create something for everyone, including people of color, to do some work. So this is, it's called Finding Me, Finding Us for Educators, a reflection journal for racial reconciliation. And so there's work in here. There's lines in here for you to do your own work. And this is proactive. It's not punitive. It's not because you got in trouble that you have to do this work. And so on the left, that's how you can get that book on Amazon. And on the right is my website so that we can stay connected and you can find out what else I do with Real Talk Leadership. That's all from me. If there's any questions, we might have two minutes because I've gone a little bit over time and I want us to eat a hot lunch. If it's a hot lunch. It might be sandwiches. I'm making assumptions, but it's sandwiches? Okay, well, we got some time. I don't know. Are there any questions or comments? I don't mind sitting with you at lunch, too. Because we have to practice what we preach. Right, Dr. Morgan? So we'll see what happens. Anyone, questions, comments? You just hungry? You hungry? Okay. All right. Well, I'm here for the rest of the day, so come and find me.
Thank you so much. It's for you to say thank you. And again, I just want to repeat that you can eat either in this room or in the restaurant. I see Mr. Aubrey at the door. He's ready to walk us over to the restaurant. I did check it out, and not only will they have box lunches for you, but I noticed that there's a case that sells some very wonderful goodies. So I just wanted to mention that. You might want to check it out. So I want to ask first that Taylor and Ian, our wonderful friends from WCAT who broadcast this, please lead the lunch line. And I also want to ask any of the presenters then to get into the line first, and then everybody else follow behind. And we have about 30 minutes and we'll be back here. So thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. Welcome to our virtual viewers too. Dr. Peppel's just going to say a word or two to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Margie. Everyone, thank you all so much for coming back. You are in for a very special treat. This individual, Mr. Pierre Jean, and when you say his name, I need you all you have to move your hand when you say it. So I'm going to say his name 3 times. The 3 times you have to, really do your hands like that. Pierre Jean. Say with me, Pierre Jean. Pierre Jean. He has the hardest component he's getting ready to present on, and that is belonging. Some people think belonging is just mushy, gushy. It's hard to captivate, hard to measure. He's going to make it real for you all. He's going to make it real good. So Pierre Jean comes from Needham Public Schools as an assistant principal at a high school, soon to be a future superintendent. I'm speaking it, I'm saying it because we need more great people like you. So Pierre Jean, have at it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Oh. Take this off. Yep, stop, please. So, can you hear me? Okay, I'll take this off. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. I'm hoping to be able to walk you through this next section of creating a sense of belonging, and the question is actually, is sense of belonging important? From our previous presenters, they all kind of touched on this a little bit, and I'm just gonna go through it a little bit more and make it real for you. So that's kind of like where we are with this. My objectives. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Oh, the clicker. Oops, sorry. My objectives for today is going to talk about learn how culture affects a sense of belonging, learn how sense of belonging affects educators, and identify actions to create cultures that enhance the sense of belonging. So I had this up, and I think some of the people online had already started to engage. I might have cleared the results. So I'm going to ask you to do it again. As Dr. Haywood was speaking earlier, it made me think about this in terms of like blue pill, red pill type of situation. I have 2 statements here, right? It's not about which is wrong or which is right. It's about which one you agree with more. And there's a QR code here, or you can join at this Menti poll there to answer. Okay. And what I'm going to ask is that after you have filled out the Menti, I'm going to ask you to turn to your neighbor and let them know why you agree with one, whichever one you agree with more, why you agree with that one. And I won't say to try to convince them, but try to see their side of it as well. So let me give you a minute to do that. Okay. All right, I got some results. Yeah. Let's take about 2 minutes to do that. Talk to your neighbor about which one you agree with more. Okay. Okay. I'd like to hear. Thank you all for participating. I'd like to hear a response for either side. Can I get someone who agreed with this one to let me know what the thoughts were, and someone who agreed with this one to let me know what the thoughts were? I'd want to do one of each. So this one first. Actually, let me ask a different question. Do we have people who agree with both? Can I see a show of hands who agree with this one? Okay, can I see a show of hands who agree with this one? Okay, so maybe we'll start with this one first. In terms of why you agree with that one. What were those conversations about with the person next to you? One person.
For me, the ability to reflect the diversity of the student population is something that's intrinsic and can't really be taught or changed, whereas experience is something that can be gained over time.
Okay. All right, thank you. You're doing this one or this one?
B, but I also B, but counter A, because I wonder about the term highest standards of qualifications and experience when people in power, largely white individuals, are naming what those high standards of qualification and experiences are.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll do one more.
I chose B because how are the educators on the right going to become the educators on the left if they're not being hired into positions that give them that experience?
Okay, thank you. Did anybody choose A? A, give me a good one for A.
So I'm not good at quick answers. So I initially picked A, but I looked at it at a different lens of a lot of the resumes. I work at a high school, so a lot of times I'll get pre-K and kindergarten resumes. And so to me, I'm looking at higher standards of have you done the job? Instead of because usually I'm looking to fill the role of somebody who's had a little bit of experience or at least knows the age group I'm working with. So I didn't necessarily go, in my mind, high standards qualifications as many years of experience. It's knowing the population that you're coming into.
Okay, thank you. Got some in the chat?
Yeah. So this person said A and said, this is tricky. There are qualified teachers of all backgrounds, but I would also rather have a diverse teaching staff if it reflected my students' population better.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hold off on my thoughts on this one. We'll come back at the end where I'll answer which one that I would go with. So the guiding questions. So as I was preparing for these slides, these were for the things that I was thinking about. In terms of when I talked to Dr. Peppel, she told me, she said, hey, you're going to have you're going to have your presentation go after lunch. It's going to be challenging, and then it's going to be on sense of belonging. Whereas some of the other topics were more tangible, and with sense of belonging, it can be a little less tangible and require more than the others. So my guiding questions were, who was responsible for creating a culture of safety for teachers? How does a lack of belonging affect teacher retention and effectiveness? What small action can individuals take to make teachers of color feel welcome? And how can school leaders create a culture where all educators of color feel valued? So these were the 4 things that I thought about. I know throughout my career, I remember there was a time it was a big boom of recruitment. It was go out and recruit teachers of color, and there was so much money dumped into it. It was a big investment that did. And a lot of teachers got recruited. And then this other piece became an issue, was about retention. People are being recruited and getting into the schools, and we're leaving in a very short time, kind of to what you were talking about, Dr. Haywood, in terms of why is that? So now you get these resumes that are 1 year, 2 year, very short stunts at different places. I gotta get used to. Culture. What is culture? So culture is a set of living relationships working towards a shared goal. It's not something you are. It's something that you do. I wanted to talk about this because I know a lot of times when people refer to culture, the first thing that, at least I'll say for me, the first thing that comes to mind is like ethnicity or some like where someone is from, and people are like, oh well, the culture, like how's the school culture? And when I say that, that might be something different, but the first thing that comes to mind is definitely around the ethnicity piece. And I want to say, hold on, I'm going to stick to the script so I don't go over. Right? I want to say that anytime a group of people come together, there's a culture. When we walked in here today, there was a culture. Presenters, like, no one needed to tell you to sit down. No one needed to tell you, Dr. Pepple said to take notes, but you knew how to act. There's a culture of attending a conference, and as a presenter, there's a culture of, coming up here, and we had these expectations of what one is supposed to do, right? So it's also like the unspoken norms that we talk about. So if we have that here when you came here, you definitely have some of that in your school. I'm going to ask you to talk to your neighbor again. What does it feel like to have a sense of belonging, right? So think about a place where you feel a sense of belonging. What key environmental components stood out for you, and what does it feel like? So think about a place. It could be work, it could be home, it could be with friends, it could be just with anyone. When you sit back and you kind of think about, where do I really feel like I belong? Let's take a minute to discuss that with your neighbor, please. All right, let's bring it back. All right, well, let's bring it back. So what does it feel? What are some of the things? What are some of the components that happens for you in a place that you feel like you belong? Can I just want 1 or 2 shares? Just that.
We said that it's a place where you feel like you are heard,
Mhm.
and it's a place where you feel like you can be authentically you.
Okay, thank you. Any others with that? Oh.
It's peaceful.
One more time?
Peaceful.
Peaceful. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you got, okay. Like you walk in and people say, "Oh, it's you. Welcome." Can I go? Thank you. Yeah, right here. It's me. We got a microphone, unless we want to switch. Two things stick out for me: emotional intelligence. So I look for that. And secondly, just now I want to give a shout out to an individual in the room from COA from Chelsea. And I had this sandwich. It's called a roast beef and Swiss sub. And somebody said, "Oh, try, the chicken parm." And I said, "Oh, okay, that look good." Someone else had it, but they were out. And this individual said, "Hey, you can have mine." And so I say that because I don't want to call it a burden. Food is not a burden for me. It's all good. But he saw me in need, and he said, "You know what? You can have mine. I'll take what's yours." So some people don't do that. So I felt like I belong because of a sandwich. So thank you.
So I'll tell you mine. You can laugh. So last night, sitting in a BU section with everybody dressed in red and everyone screaming for BU and everyone absolutely hating BC, I felt like I belonged.
I guess we can find belonging in every scenario, right? Thank you, and all of those are correct, right? So what I'll say is that definitely, in those places as you guys would describe, there was a piece where you felt valued, you felt that you were heard, and at the same time, what I will say is that there was a feeling of safety, right? There was a feeling of safety physically and psychologically. As you were sitting there with all of your friends dressed in red, yelling at the other team, you knew you was untouchable, you high-fiving each other. And that's another piece of it too. Something that happens when you get a sense of belonging is that you're constantly receiving belonging cues, right? Some of that is the high five. Some of that is the contact, like eye contact, proximity, even a lot of like the back and forth candor that you can have. Like all of those things are happening. Even at just now, as I ask you to speak to your neighbor, I can see back here people were kind of like leaning into it, just having the conversations. In that moment, you had a moment of feeling a sense of belonging. I don't think it was awkward for anyone to say like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk to," So that's one of the things that happened for a sense of belonging, and that was just a small example of that. So that's. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a small example of that. So those are the things that come to mind when you think about being belonging. And in terms of what a culture of belonging would be, I have a definition. A culture of belonging is an environment where everyone feels safe, which we said, included, and valued. It's a place where people feel connected, share commonalities with others. I think another one of the speakers were here, might have been you, Dr. Haywood, who said, I was working with principals, and when I came down there, I said, "Hey, what's going on? Like, why didn't you do this?" And the response was, "Well, nobody told me," right? So like already being minoritized, already being one of the few, if a group of people just kind of like get together and you didn't get invited, you're not feeling that sense of belonging. You as a matter of fact, you've been excluded from that, and it's not going to make your work environment any better or make you want to work there. And just around everything that we've talked about, bias plays into it, and bias plays into it, and it's not a good environment. It's not going to be the thing that makes you want to stay there. Why is sense of belonging important? Should I answer that, or should I let you answer that? All right. Why is sense of belonging important? Let's look at some data. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth on the computer. Sorry. Will this play on my click?
The mid-sized urban areas that anchor regional economies.
Yes, please. Can you? Yeah. And can you pause it right before it plays? I just want to say something. Okay. So I'm going to show you some data. I have a quick video I want you to see, and then I have some other data that I have. One of the foci that I did when I'm presenting about this and as I was researching is I wanted to bring it close to home. There was a lot of information about what's going on in the country, what's going on in the nation. Those were much easier to find. But what I did is that I actually wanted to see kind of like how Massachusetts is. And just knowing that even though Massachusetts still has a lot of work to do, but it is known as one of the states that has the better education. So I left a lot of my data, I got a lot of my data and it was based around Massachusetts. So I'm gonna play this video. I remember what I said about recruitment. This one's about retention as well.
Those gateway cities, the mid-sized urban areas that anchor regional economies around the state that he's worried about hanging on to. The Brockton School District, which had a budget shortfall of $18 million in 2023 and dealt with a rash of violence in schools last year, saw the biggest drop in teacher retention over that time. Other districts are on the rebound. The retention rate in Lawrence went from 82% in 2022 to 70% in 2023. This year, it's at 80%. Russell Johnston is acting commissioner of DESE. He says surveys show the 3 primary reasons teachers leave are a career change, leadership issues, and culture, with culture leading the way at 40%.
Those are factors we can work on. We can work to improve school leadership, we can work to improve school culture, and we have efforts underway to do so.
Johnston says the state is actively working with leadership to help strengthen culture at schools.
How can we make sure we're getting resources out across the entire state, and how are we focusing on some of those hard-to-fill positions?
Maniscalco hopes her replacement cares as much about students as she did. But as a new mom who is content with the career change she made, she has no regrets.
A lot of teachers.
Oh, sorry. Yep, no, good stuff. No, that's fine. That's it. Okay. So I was trying to capture the piece around culture, right? So just over time, and of course, like I definitely have to give the disclaimer. This is like, yes, culture plays a big piece of it, and there's a lot of other factors going on in the schools as well, which is what this kind of like what this video was about. There are other things, but culture being the thing that's happening. And when we talk about culture, again, I did say the pieces that we think about, and even in some of those districts, some might think like, oh, well, you know, it's easy to say, oh, it's the students, or it's easy to say like, oh, it's leadership, or it's easy to say like, it's just the other, you know, some other factors. And the way that I'm seeing it, the way that I'm looking at it is that it's all of that, right? And in terms of how educators are interacting with each other and even with leadership in terms of what's available for them, that definitely plays a role in whether teachers stay or not. Oops, sorry. All right, I want to take a minute here and read these slides to yourself. As you're doing so, the questions at the top, what do you notice? What do you wonder? What do you notice? What do you wonder? And then I'm going to give you a little bit more information about one of those points. Can I get one noticing or wondering?
I'm wondering about the 90% of white teachers were retained while 45% of teachers of color were retained. I'm curious as to what percentage of each of those percentages were voluntary and how many of those were not renewed.
Thank you.
In the bottom right-hand corner of distribution of student and teacher race/ethnicity across Massachusetts, I noticed that the only category where teachers are proportionally higher than students are among white.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. I'll do one more. Does anybody has to burn it? Oh, in the middle right there.
That's from year 2019 to 2020 and 2020 to 2021. And I was just thinking about the role that the pandemic may have played, particularly on people of color, and how that would have impacted their career choices and their ability to stay in school or stay in schools as educators, or potentially find a new career choice.
Thank you. One more. I'll do one more. I'm going to go over your time now.
No, okay, wait, never mind. But no, what's standing out for me is the 80% of exiting teachers of color reported that a top reason they left their position is because they did not feel valued. 80%?
Thank you. I'm going to give you a little bit more data. Oops, I did something. Oh, I'm going to give you a little bit more data and something that stuck out for me, right? And it was this part right here about how much it costs to replace a teacher, right? So I'm going to give you a little bit of that and what that includes. So in a large school district, and then you can find this on the DESI website as well, there's like a calculator you can go on there, you can play with, you can put in your district, and it does a formula that you'll be able to see what it's costing your district. $25,000 in the large school districts, and that includes recruitment, hiring. So like all of these things have to happen over again, right? So they got to go back to recruitment costs, hiring costs, training costs, and also loss of productivity, right? And we all know, like, yes, the money is important and the money is a big deal. And at the same time, we know that at the end of the day, it's the impact that it has on the students, right? If students are constantly getting new teachers, it is not going to be the same experience as a student who's had the same teacher throughout their whole high school, I'll use high school, but their whole high school experience. So yes, the cost is about $25,000 for a large district, and our students are the ones that are going to be suffering once that happens. And the other piece is that when this culture and this culture of microaggression is ingrained, we in the school community, this is one of the things that happen. Teachers leave. There are reports and articles out there that talk about how, the money's not enough. Well, not that teachers are getting rich in education, but like the idea around where like people want to go to a place where they are valued, and when that is not happening, when they don't have a sense of belonging, for the sake of their sanity, they end up leaving. Okay. I'm gonna go quick in this one. So strategies and ideas for action, right? This quote really stood out to me. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek, right? I know in the beginning, Dr. Peppel asked, why are you here? There were different responses. People want to learn. People want to take things back to their district and try to do something with that. And that's all the appropriate steps, in my opinion. And what I will say to that is, once you have this information and you're able to go back, it's up to you. Like, you have to be part of the solution. You can't just go back and say like, oh, here's this information. Why don't you go ahead and fix it, right? This is one of those things where it takes all of us to be able to get through this. Oh, sorry. Okay. Something else that I want to address real quick, a misconception of belonging, right? So I talked about how just now there was candor, people were laughing, people felt valued, people felt heard. it's not always a happy place, right? So a misconception of the culture of belonging is that people are always happy and easygoing, right? If I'm somewhere and I'm feeling safe and I'm feeling like I can take your feedback from you, when you say something to me, it's going to be something that can help push me to be better, right? So it doesn't have to be happy all the time. We're here for the common goal. We're here to educate the students. And as, you know, if I'm feeling a sense of belonging and I get feedback like, hey, you know, like, Pierre, there was an opportunity that was missed. I'm not going to take that as, oh, well, they're just saying that because, you know, I'll take that as like, oh, okay, thank you. Let me look into it and be able to accept that feedback. Okay. And my solution, I guess, one of the tactics that I think about in order to create a sense of belonging is to create a culture of safety. In the previous presenters, there were a couple of pieces, and I kept seeing this, and I'm like, yes, we're in the same boat. But create a culture of safety. Safety is not mere emotional weather, but rather the foundation of which strong culture is built. If your people feel safe, you will increase work productivity. Just in general, and this is across the board. As a matter of fact, I got this information from a book that I was reading about highly effective groups, and one of the things that came about, you know what I'm talking about. one of the things that came about that is they talked about how even some of the other successful companies out there like Google and Zappos, I believe there were a few companies where that today are big, and when they first started out, part of the reason why they were so successful, it wasn't because they had more money, it wasn't because they had it wasn't more resources, it was because they had created a culture that the people felt like they can work. So it was beyond just like, okay, I'm gonna work 8 to 5, now my 5 is over. No, people were feeling so invested and feeling so valued that they would overwork without even realizing that they were doing it, and they didn't feel like they were overworking. So if we want to create a culture, if we want to create a culture of belonging, we definitely have to create a culture of safety. Okay. I'm going to go through a couple of barriers that, practices that create a culture of microaggression and that affect sense of belonging, and some tactics to go along with it. I'm going to try to go through this. Okay. The first one that I'll say is our standard operating procedures, right? What's that? They appear to be unbiased and necessary for smooth operation and efficiency, right? So like, hey, this is the way that we do things. You know, our hiring practices are such way. When you come in, you do this. You know, this is just part of the system. This is what works. We got to do this. It's the best way to do that. Racial literacy or critical consciousness, right? So seeing beyond the obvious to read between the lines and then make sense of racial interactions. That one for me goes two ways. I don't know about you, but have you ever had a conversation with someone and they say something and you walk away like, wait, what'd they say? And then later on you're like, wait, I don't know why I'm not okay with that, but you know, like you have to be able to kind of like read that, kind of like as a person who is receiving a microaggression, you have to know what that looks like. And also, if you're on the other end, if you're saying something, you have to be, no, let me slow it down. If you're thinking something, this is where the unconscious bias comes into play. If you're thinking something, you have to think again to see if it's something that you really want to say that would make sense, so you can check yourself on that. And another one is systems of evaluation and accountability. What does that look like? Regressing back to old, traditional, and familiar ways of operating, right? You go and you try something. I see this being in leadership. You go and you try something. You get pushback. Okay, let's just go back. Kind of the panic sets in. You're going to go back to doing the things that you're used to, right? This one, I think about I was an athlete. I play football. And I thought about just around like training, right? So you'll train, part of the reason why you train and you know techniques is because when you get tired, right? You have to be able to go back to the basics, and you'll go back to the techniques. So as you're doing this work, if you're doing this and now you become tired or you feel some resistance, this is one of the things that happen. And what happens is that it continues, and it creates a perpetual cycle. In terms of ways to, So in terms of ways to combat these, let me put this up, sorry, right? So review and revise our standard operating procedures. So identify the SOPs that oppress and create inequities. Eliminate or alter them. Develop new rules, regulations, policies, practices, and structures which enhance fairness and equity. So, okay, those are great, but what does that look like? What does this look like? Pierre, you're saying a lot, but we don't do that at my school. I don't know what that would look like if I was to see it. All right. Let's look at this at a scenario. A highly qualified candidate submits it. Actually, no, I'm not going to read it. I want you to read this part, right? And at the bottom, there are two questions. What are the implications, and what tactics can be used to challenge this practice? And I'll start off by saying that, and as you're doing that, I want you to think, is this something that's uncommon in your experience in terms of whether you've been on hiring boards, like hiring committees, or just doing the hiring? Okay. Going over time. So what are the implications? Can I get a thought for that, please? I have someone up front and I have someone up there.
Well, the first one I can think of is that you miss out on, you miss out on some good people because of a minor grammatical error. I mean, we all know a lot of times in education, people aren't knocking down the door to get into this. And so to have such rigid screening criteria can really shrink the pool of applicants coming in for certain positions.
Thank you.
I think you really have to look at what the position is, right? Most of our positions are not being an editor or a copywriter. That's not the key skill. So what are you looking for? You're looking for someone who can help students learn. And to me, having a minor grammatical error happens to everyone. It happens to all kinds of well-respected publications. You find it in books that have been edited by professional editors. So to hold someone to this kind of impossible standard, I think it's just kind of, it's antiquated and it's a bit ridiculous.
Thank you. One more.
Sadly, I don't think it's antiquated because as AI is being used to read more and more of the screening for resumes, it's screening people out. And so many hiring, especially with big companies, they're saying, well, we're not biased because we're using AI. But if you look at the way AI is screening people out, that's exactly what they are.
Oh, wow. I know that about AI. Did you say, you have something in the chat?
Sorry. One person says, being excused by a grammatical error prior to an in-person interview means that you will lose an experienced person that is a strong fit for the job.
Thank you. Yes, yes, this is all of this is true. Thank you for saying that. But in terms of the implications as well, you are not also are you assuming, because this is another thing, and this is actually close for me. My family is from Haiti. I'm Haitian. and I speak another language, right? So immediately you're assuming that everyone probably, everyone's first language is English, and that they would have had the experience where they're not doing that. I'll tell you right now, in my experience, I've taught in Haitian Creole for a little bit, and at the end of the day, from translating from English to Haitian Creole, it's exhausting. I'll say that. It is exhausting. And that's just me speaking. So now, in terms of me writing, I mean, I grew up in the States. Like I was born here, and thinking about if someone hasn't had as many years in learning English as I may have, this is something that may be common, and you can miss out on a great candidate, right? And this also kind of reinforces the just stereotypes around like, oh, well, you know, this person made a grammatical error. Maybe they're not as smart. Or maybe we got to go somewhere else to find someone who can do the job. Kind of like to what you were saying about we're not, unless the job is to do editing, and even then there are mistakes there as well, right? So in terms of that, what should you do instead? Instead, you should focus on the relevant skills. I heard that in the answer, right? So is this a great candidate? Can they do the job? Will this person be committed in working with our student population? Consider context, right? Again, there could have been any reason as to why that happened. And also value diverse communication styles, right? They might have not written the resume or the cover letter in a way that you grew up learning it or understood it as, but it's something that they provided. And of course, like the last piece I'd say, review and revise your hiring practices, right? You get a committee together, you're gonna have people come on and talk about hiring someone. Maybe one of the things that you can do is norm what is it that you're looking for. So before anybody gets in there, just kind of norm that so you'll be able to make a good decision about your hiring. I'm gonna have to skip one of these just for the sake of time. So this next one, increase racial literacy and critical consciousness. I talked about this one, unmask the many manifestations of the implicit and explicit bias. We talked about it. And staying on the topic of race, even when it's uncomfortable, and not being distracted by other topics. I think this is something that comes up a lot of times. I know I've had it in my experience. I'm sure others have. You've probably heard it and probably didn't recognize that it was happening. Let me show you what this looks like. Please take a minute to read, and then I'll take a thought or two. What are some of the implications?
There's a lot of bias within the responses from the teachers that are white.
Thank you. A lot of bias.
I think what stuck out for me is saying that we need to treat all students the same, not recognizing that they're all bringing different experiences into the classroom and they all have different needs.
What's sticking out for me is defensiveness. The part where it says we need to focus on solutions, not just dwell on the problem, makes it seem like the teacher raising the issue, the black teacher raising the issue, is the problem. And people just want to glide over that for some strange reason. Whenever the conversation of race comes up, when folks feel like they don't have the lived experience or the answer, they want to glide through it, not pay attention to it. We need to treat all the students the same. That's the micro-invalidation piece right there, the third part of the microaggression.
Thank you. And yes, all those things are true. And for that teacher, right? So when we talk about creating a sense of belonging, this guy shows up with data, right? I wanted to definitely show that in there. It wasn't like, hey, I feel like, things are happening. No, this is data. It shows up with data. It shows up with stories as well. And what ends up happening is that we need, to the end of we need to treat all students the same. And I think you said something about not all students are the same. The experiences of all students are not the same. So I'll tie this in just because I don't want to go into my other side. What ends up happening for this teacher is that not also does he get shut down here, but I'm pretty sure this is not the first time that this has happened, right? And when this continues to happen, your teachers, they get tired, right? So then the next meeting, when something comes up, or the next time something comes up with a student, Mr. Jones is not going to say anything. He's just going to be quiet. He's going to be in his corner. One of the things that end up happening there is that then if he stays, he ends up being just that one guy that's kind of like off to the side that one day you might catch up with and talk to him, and you're like, wow, you're a really good, you're a really good guy. Like, what's going on? What has your experience been? And by that point, he's just tired, and he's just trying to brush off the conversations and keeping it short. So this is something that is that happens easily. What tactics can be used to challenge this? Acknowledge and address informal networks. I think someone earlier talked about creating spaces so that teachers can socialize or cross work together. Teacher training on bias also, right? That's a big piece. I don't know that the white teachers who made the comments, I don't know that there was any intention of harm to say like, I'm going to, the micro assault, like I'm going to do this for the sake of hurting you. I'm going to do this because as this came up, it got real uncomfortable for me, and I want to talk about these other things instead. And then also another piece is like review meeting norms, right? So reviewing meeting norms, talk about respect, what that looks like. And something else that I'll say that's really important is that, and I don't know the rest of the scenario, but if something like this is to come up, I would say it is very validating for if another teacher was to speak up, and say like, hey, I hear what you're saying about treating all students the same. And, back to Mr. Jones, this is the point that he brought up and sticking to it, right? That's something to validate him in terms of he knows what he's saying, he has the data, and he has somebody on his side to be able to work with. All right, let me get through. I want to wrap this up. This is my third one. Hold on, I'll go through this. Sorry. I had a third scenario. So my 3 takeaways for today. So review the SOPs around hiring. Attend and provide training to raise critical consciousness. Last one we didn't talk about, creating systems of accountability to prevent sliding back to the old ways. Okay, again, that's the piece around once you get pushed back, you go back to the old ways and you end up on this wheel of what the lone black educator that keeps on happening. Sorry. And this quote also stuck out to me too. So culture is a set of living relationships working towards a shared goal. It's not something that you are, it is something that you do, right? Again, once you come together, you constantly have to be working on that. So you're not just born with it, you have to put in the work to do it. And reflection. So as you leave here, as I'm wrapping up, I'm gonna ask you to, you don't have to share, but make a pledge, make a promise, write it down, send an email to yourself. What will you do tomorrow to create a sense of belonging in your shared space? I know the scenarios that I brought up, yes, they are scenarios, and they're things that I'm sure people can attest to that has happened. You've probably seen it in some capacity, one way or the other. But like I said, it takes all of us. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. So I'm asking you, I'm challenging you, when you leave here, what are you going to do tomorrow for that? And on this quote, again, about belonging. Belonging feels like it happens from the inside out, but in fact happens from the outside in. Our social brains light up when they receive a steady accumulation of almost invisible cues. We are close, we are safe, and we share a future. Okay? So again, creating a culture of safety is one of the tactics that we can use to challenge a culture of microaggressions. All right, thank you. That's my contact.
Thank you so much, Pierre Jean. Is that how you say it? Jean. Jean. Okay. We have a gift for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And come on up. Can I just keep the agenda? Okay, Vanetta. Okay. You are our cleanup hitter today.
I prefer to think of it like Anchor, like Katie of the team here.
You're the one that's going to bring it home.
Let's bring it home.
You're going to bring it all home.
The great thing is my colleagues have already highlighted a lot of points, so we should just go through it pretty quickly. There's a couple. If they don't worry about it. We can roll with it. Yeah. It's fine.
Get situated here.
All right. Where am I clicking it? Here.
Right here, but sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Writing this letter has been one of the most difficult things I have had to do in my professional career. I have never had to defend myself or my work the way I have in the last 6 months, and it is something I will never forget. The manner in which I was written up this time and in April was oppressive and, in my opinion, a very extreme reaction. I felt it was aggressive, deliberate, and without regard to how it would affect my morale or productivity going forward. I was not given the chance to answer the questions that were posed in my supervisor's letters ahead of the meeting with HR. And that was very unfair, especially since the information I have provided along with this letter could have answered those very questions. This situation has caused me unnecessary stress, mental anguish, and at this point it feels as though I'm being pushed out of my current position. It feels like I'm no longer wanted at this organization, and in particular, this division. I have been written up twice in 6 months, and the demeaning and inequitable way I am being treated speaks to the value, my value, at this organization. All of the work I've done currently and in the past has been relegated to this moment. I have been made to feel inferior, incapable, unprofessional, and this has been very traumatic for me. This type of harmful behavior did not exist under my other supervisors, and I was able to have productive and constructive conversations about my work when necessary. Moving forward, I hope this situation can be rectified in a manner that is equitable for myself and my supervisor. I will continue to be open and honest about my work and my process for making decisions about my work. I will continue to communicate with my supervisor and collaborate with my colleagues, as this is at the core of my work. However, I will not be made to feel as though I am not capable of doing this job, or that the 17 years of experience I have working in this organization does not matter. I will not allow my character and my professional reputation to be slandered or defamed in this way. I will be respected personally and professionally, as I have always done with my supervisors. And as negative as this has been, I look forward to reestablishing a better and more productive relationship with my supervisor that will meet the goals and expectations of my current job duties. If this cannot be done, I too will take the necessary action, which can range from filing a formal complaint with the Massachusetts Council on Discrimination to contacting my attorney. My hope is that it will not come to this, but I am prepared to defend my personal and professional integrity if necessary. So I see Pierre is on the same page as me, right? But I mean, I think he said it best, but we have to be that change. We want things to change, you have to be that change. So, my name is Vanetta Lightfoot. I'm a new kid on the block here. I am Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Coordinator for the Lower Pioneer Valley Educational Collaborative. I've worked in education for over 20 years, mostly in higher ed. So being in K through 12 is a little interesting, what with all the analogies and acronyms, and I find it hard to follow. My background's in print journalism, strategic event planning, cultural engagement planning. I'm a certified racial equity trainer, also avid reader, music lover, creative, now author. They co-authored an article, and I'm not a morning person, so it's so great that I'm at the end in the afternoon. My work is guided by a famous Dr. Seuss quote, and that's the one by the Lorax, which is, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's gonna get better. It's not. And that really guides my work. And a lot of times when I say we, I'm just talking about me, because I've always been an office of one, so. All right. So the purpose of this workshop is to empower participants to recognize the profound impact of effective and ineffective feedback on individuals and organizational culture. Through personal storytelling, so my stories, which you heard from me in the beginning, and actionable strategies, I'm hoping that our participants will explore how feedback, or absence of it, shapes workplace dynamics disproportionately and affects marginalized groups and influences career development. And we want to equip our educators and administrators with tools to foster equitable, constructive, and impactful feedback practices. And so some of what you're gonna see is gonna kind of be a refresher, because my colleagues have been so wonderful at contributing to this conversation. And our objectives are to understand the various types of feedback, so there's a lot of different types of feedback, and to recognize disproportionate impacts that feedback can have on marginalized groups and employees of color, and then also identify that there's bias and that it hinders effective feedback, and explore the methods to mitigate those. We want to reflect on our personal experiences of receiving and giving feedback and examining the emotional and professional consequences. We also want to develop strategies for creating culture of actionable and equitable feedback in the workplace and learn proactive questions and actions employees and administrators and educators can take to advocate for healthy feedback dynamics. So here's how I like to do it. This is our process. We're going to start with who, what, when, why, and how. Okay, so what does a story of feedback tell us? Who holds the pen and whose story gets told? When feedback goes wrong, when do we rewrite the narrative? Why is feedback so important but hard to get right? And then how do we change the plot? So, what does story tell us about feedback? So, feedback, information about a reaction to a product or a person's performance or a task, which can be used as a basis for improvement. And it matters because it helps us to learn more about ourselves and how we can develop our strengths, our behaviors, our actions, and the areas that we need to develop more. So now that we know what feedback is and why it matters, let's get some examples. So, like I said, there's a lot of different examples of feedback, but I'm going to focus on just four for today. So one of which is positive. So positive feedback helps us to reinforce behaviors and actions that have beneficial impact on employee, team, and organization. It is vital in building an encouraging, thoughtful work culture and a determinant of the overall level of happiness at work. So again, you're hearing those words again, that culture, right? That work culture, encouraging and thoughtful, positive feedback. And then we have coaching. And coaching is a method of strengthening communication between you and the employee and can be used during check-in sessions. And coaching helps to shape performance and increase the likelihood that employees' results will meet your expectations. So let's see if any of them will play. So, while we're waiting for that. So throughout this, I'll share some positive personal experience and some negative. So in the beginning, you heard me, and I read you my resignation letter, or rather my response to some very negative feedback that I received. And I said that because it feeds into what we're talking about here and the types of feedback you can receive and the results from that feedback.
You ready?
Huh?
To come live.
I'm scared, Joe. I'm not good enough. Anyway, I never got my spark.
Yes, you did. Your spark isn't your purpose. That last box fills in when you're ready to come live. And the thing is, you're pretty great at jazzing.
Sir, they can cut the chain off the door, but they can't make us play.
We've decided we're gonna finish what you started, sir.
Yeah, so leave us be, coach. We got shit to do, sir.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We were all meant to shine as children do. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same, as we are liberated from our own fear. Our presence automatically liberates others. Sir, I just want.
So these are types of feedback we always want to receive, right? Positive, you're doing a great job, doing awesome, keep doing what you're doing. Or you want to be coached. I'm sorry. Or you want to be coached, right? So that was great. This is what I think you should do, and then you'll be greater, right? This is the type of feedback that we're all looking for. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Oh. All right. So some other examples, constructive, and then negative/destructive. So constructive feedback is a tool designed to promote growth by focusing on specific actions or behaviors, offering actionable suggestions, and maintaining a respectful tone. It aims to improve performance and foster a collaborative environment. Negative and destructive. Negative feedback is feedback that highlights areas where a person's performance or behaviors or actions fall short of expectations or require improvement. And it focuses on identifying problems and mistakes or shortcomings that need to be addressed. And the goal of negative feedback is to inform the individual about what isn't working well so they can make adjustments to improve. So with constructive feedback, you can notice that we're talking about specific actions, whereas in your negative, you're looking for people fall short of their expectations, which could mean that they didn't receive specific actions that they needed in order to be as successful as they could have been. Do you want to try to play those? Okay. So let's go to constructive. I appreciate the team here being able to switch back and forth. Appreciate y'all.
What? What is this? It's my notes. What are you giving them to me for? Because you're debating, not me. What? It's your turn, James.
You serious?
Crazy. 14, you're just as good as me. The judges will love you.
No, not you can't quit.
I'm not quitting, Samantha. Tulsa made me captain. He said you were ready. Yeah, but you saw me at Howard. That was horrible. That's right. You did terrible, didn't you? You stunk up the whole joint, right? So you should just quit, right? You should just give up. No. Who's the judge? What? Who's the judge? Judge is God. Why is he God?
Because he decides who wins or loses, not my opponent.
And who is your opponent?
He doesn't exist.
Why doesn't he exist?
Because he is a mere dissenting voice to the truth I speak.
That's right. Speak the truth.
If you haven't seen Great Debaters, you should. It's a great movie.
Problem is solved from your end.
I'd like to move us right along to a Peter Gibbons. Now, we had a chance to meet this young man, and boy, that's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. Yeah, he's been real flaky lately. And I'm just not sure that he's the caliber person that we would want for upper management. He's also been having some problems with his TPS reports.
I'll have this here. We feel that the problem isn't with Peter. It's that you haven't challenged him enough to get him really motivated.
There it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm just not sure about that right now.
Yeah, Phil, let me ask you a real quick question here. How much time would you say you spend each week dealing with these TPS reports?
Yeah.
Office Space classic.
James, come on, wake up.
All right. So who holds the pen and who tells a story, whose story gets told? So we're going to analyze some bias and feedback. So bias and feedback can manifest in different ways. And so on the right-hand side, you'll see some of the ways that I felt like it kind of shows up in our workplace. So in the hiring, like we were talking about in the previous presentation, only hiring specific people, only looking at certain resumes or finding ways that you can discount people because of what's in their resume or their names in some cases, because there's research on that as well. Onboarding, so some folks come in, they don't get all the information they need to be able to get acclimated into the ways that your organization or your school runs. It can show up in promotions. Only certain folks are getting promoted or have the opportunity to be promoted. In your evaluation, so most of the time you do get feedback in your evaluations, right? But sometimes there are folks who will get certain, they'll have evaluations that highlight personality traits or other traits that are not necessarily involved in their job. So it can show up in their evaluations. Or your daily operations. So just coming in the door. Like I know in my personal position, sometimes I'm still learning like where things are in the office, who does what. Nobody's told me. I find out because I have to go up and ask someone, oh, do you do this? And the response is always, you didn't know? Or you don't have that on your computer? How would I know? Right? No one's told me. It can show up in interpersonal conflict. We all know how this can go. Something goes down in the office. People choose sides. People might relay those sides to the supervisor, and now we have an issue. It shows up in meetings. Sometimes I'm going to let so-and-so talk because they know what they're doing or they've had a lot more experience in this rather than someone new who might come in with some fresh ideas. And it shows up in discipline. And we know this all as educators, where some of our students get disciplined a certain way and more harshly than others. Or some of our staff in some way are judged differently from their white counterparts in some cases. So again, the ways that it shows up, and this is really just highlighting again what some of my colleagues have already mentioned, but looking at the unconscious bias that shows up in your workplace and how it can manifest. And one of the ways is the lack of diversity. So the previous place I worked in, at first was this very diverse place. We had VPs who were people of color. Our student body was very diverse. And as we started to get a change in leadership, some of those folks start to look a little different. So you go from 2 black female VPs to none. We go from 1 Latino, what was her role? She was director, to none. So at some point when you're on the Zoom and you're looking at the cabinet meeting, it has now become all white in an urban community college, right? So you have to look at that, right? What's going on there? We looked at patterns in hiring practices. So like Pierre was talking about, is there a pattern there? Like, are we hiring the same people? Are we using the same language so that we get the same people, right? What are people's backgrounds? If we look at the disparities and how unconscious bias looks at the quality of feedback that we're getting. So for example, some employees might receive constructive, like we're saying, more constructive feedback, whereas others, they have to kind of develop. So like an example of this for me would be, I remember being assigned to a task, and I asked for feedback on that task because there were some parts of it I was struggling on. My boss did not give me any information. I was left to kind of fend for myself. And then all of a sudden now there's this ambiguous date that it has to be completed by, right? So I don't complete it by that date because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. What information is this person looking for? And now all of a sudden, I'm in a situation where I have to go to time management courses. I have to do project management courses. And I was like, but you didn't give me any information. I came to you. I have emails that say that I needed help on, you know, whatever the project was. I never received those. And for me, I was like, it's funny how I have to go to project management when I manage multiple things and my desk is clear when I leave. You have all this stuff on your desk, right? I know how to manage my time. So it feeds into you know, disproportionate disciplinary action. So instead of just saying like, you know, I'm so sorry you didn't get that information, you know, let's try to work on that for next time, I then was sent to take some courses, right? I was no longer asked to do these types of projects because I couldn't do them. Whereas I had a colleague who worked right behind me who constantly was on the internet looking up karate videos. He, you know, and sometimes my boss would catch him and it would just, she'd just ignore it. And so it's like, there was that disproportionate discipline there where I was like, well, you're not gonna say he's watching Taekwondo all day. So, like my colleagues mentioned, microaggressions, you know, just these subtle little jabs that we get all day long. And some of them are, we have some stereotypical assumptions, so based on your race or gender, and we see this a lot with our students too. You know, our students are told like, oh, you're Asian, so you must be good at math. And you just assume that, right? Or, you know, I'm gonna come into a space and be able to speak for all of the diaspora of Black people, right? And this is folks' unconscious bias, right? And they make these statements. And then limited career advancement. So I in my experience now, I've started to look at coming into different organizations and what the advancement levels are, or if there are any, because I'm pretty certain at this point that there are certain places that they just want you to come in, just do your job. There's no advancement, right? You're just gonna, if you just wanna come in, do what you do every day and move on, you're just gonna be in the right place, right? But for some of us who do wanna grow and who do want to get into those higher level positions, what's the growth percentage, right? When you start to see your colleagues around you advance and you're not advancing, you have to ask the question, well, what was the criteria? What was I not doing? You didn't say anything to me in my evaluation that I need to work on this so that I can advance, right? How did this person? I remember working at a college where we all were like, oh, there's no room for advancement here. And then we said, our colleague came up the other day like, oh, I have a secret. I don't want to share it yet, but it's going to come out in the meeting. You know, I'm going to be hired as the, you know, assistant dean. And I remember all of us looking like, wait, that was a position? We had that here? None of us knew. The next thing, we're in the group meeting and it gets announced that this person is going to now be assistant dean. No criteria, no information out there to say, well, this is why this person is going to be hired, none of that. So it just kind of left us out. And so this is the way that it can kind of show up when you're talking about career advancement. And then unequal distribution of work. So I'm sure we all have so many examples of this. So going back to my colleague who was on the computer all day looking at videos, he's doing that. I'm managing our dual enrollment program. I'm running an employee resource group. I'm taking information from students walking in and out the door. I'm like, is there something you can give him to do also? And so it was never addressed in any of the evaluations that we had, any of the one-on-one meetings about how a lot of us were working a lot harder than this man was. It was just assumed that everybody was okay with this practice, and we kept moving. So exclusion from informal networks, and I would also probably have formal networks as well, because if you don't know, you don't know, right? So certain groups might find themselves excluded from informal networks or social interactions within the workplace, and this can limit their access to important information and mentorship and in career development opportunities. So the example I'll give you with this is that I was once tasked with creating a customer like resource management tool, and I raised my hand to do it because it was like, oh, this is going to be a great experience for me. I've never built one of these. I'm also going to end up in some circles with some people and get to meet them and figure out, if this is something I want to do, or, learn some information from them. So I was very excited about this. And so I jumped into it head first. And once the product started to launch within the school, my boss's colleagues were now coming to me asking me, oh, does the tool do this? Does the tool do that? Well, how does it do this and that? And so I'm excited. I'm like, oh, well, I can tell you all about that. Well, my supervisor did not like this because she was on a need-to-know basis. And so everything that she told myself and staff was what she felt was important for meetings that she went to, that none of us went to. So when she found out that people were inviting me to meetings to ask me about this product and how we use it, she was mad. She was mad. She was looking to exclude me from these sort of informal networks, right? A meeting with directors and VPs. She wasn't having that because she wanted to be the one to let everybody know what is going on campus, what is going on in this department, what things do we need to be concerned about as a department. So, and this was mentioned in a few of our presentations, but the high turnover rates were certain groups. So employees with specific demographics, feel undervalued, unsupported, and often as a result of biased behaviors or practices within the organization. So again, I started with my letter, so you can tell I left that place because I felt undervalued, right? They didn't want to keep me. They didn't promote me. They didn't push me forward. They didn't give me the feedback I needed to learn more and grow in that position. And so I had to leave. And that's what happens so often is people just don't feel like they're valued. They feel like they're coming in every day, they're working so hard, and nobody sees them. And that is the challenge, because we all, to some degree, want to feel seen. So the result of this, again, is poor employee retention. So you're not going to keep people. So again, if you're creating this environment where folks don't feel valued, where you're not allowed to speak up in a meeting, where you're not allowed to share ideas, you are going to start to say, well, why am I staying here? What value is it for me to stay in this position? Like, I need to start looking. And so often this happens with our employees of color. Because, like Dr. Haywood said, if you're the only one and you feel like you cannot speak up and you cannot voice your opinion, or in Pierre's example, if people put you down when you put an idea out there, why would you stay in a place like that? For your emotional and mental self-worth, like, why would you stay there, right? Why would you do that? So you start to lose people, and it's not always like, blatant where people just like don't show up anymore, that quiet quitting, I think you mentioned that. Yeah, you start to quietly think this is not the place for me. Like one of the challenges I'm dealing with right now in my current job is like I came into a place like, professional development is a huge thing for me. I like to go to conferences. I like to hear from people. I like to see what best practices are happening around me. And so apparently, before I got to this place, there's a practice, and it's important that I say practice. Okay, there's a practice that people are only allowed to go to one conference out of state for the year. I didn't know this. Maybe if I knew this, I probably wouldn't even have worked there because that's not acceptable for me. So I go to ask to go to a conference in May, and it's like, I don't know, because you're going to one in March. And they said, but you gave me this professional development funds. What am I supposed to use it on? Like, well, it's been a practice that we only go to one. It's like, where does it say that? Is that in the policy book, the employee handbook? Where does it say this? No one has an answer for this. This is just the way we've always done it. Standard operating procedures, right? Always done it this way. So now I'm like, I don't know about this because that is important to me. And I'm coming into a place as a new person. No one has shared this information with me. And now I have to readjust. I'm in diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging. There's not that many conferences for us to attend. So some of the ones I want to attend are at the national level. So I go to my boss. My boss says, well, why don't you look at some of the ones in Massachusetts? And I said, even if I do that, you gave me all this professional development money. What am I supposed to do with that? And so now it has me thinking in my mind, like, is this a place I can stay at? I don't know. I'm getting concerned. I'm taking a mental note of this, right? And start to quietly think about what are my options. So when feedback goes wrong, and when do we rewrite the narrative, right? So let's look at some numbers. So women receive 22% more feedback about their personality than men, even more so when we take an intersectional lens, right? We look at it intersectionally. There's also a contrast in the types of traits of women are described and compared to men. So for example, women are twice as likely to be referred to as collaborative. I've heard that a lot. More likely to be described as abrasive. So if you were to get up in a meeting, like you need to calm down, you're too loud, you're getting too upset about this. Yes. Different workforces. Yep. Yep. So she asked if that's just within education or within various workforces, and it's in various workforces. I know personally I've been called, I like to collaborate anyways, but that has come up a lot. It's almost like the first thing people write in my evaluations. Very collaborative. Team player, right? Very friendly. That's what I get. Black and Latinx employees receive 2.4 more feedback that's not actionable compared to white and Asian employees. And then Black and Latinx workers also report being described as passionate 2 times more often than Asian or white employees, which is often a euphemism for can't get along with others. Right? You're too passionate about it. You care about this too much. Right? People of color are also more apt to be called professional, definitely heard that, which can result from code switching. And so code switching is when you can cause anxiety and placing extra stress on employees of color. So the code switching comes from what my colleagues were saying, like this might not be a safe environment for me to be who I am authentically, so I need to change my behaviors. I need to change how I speak. I need to change how I look. I need to change how I enter a room, how I interact with folks. So, but that causes us anxiety because if you know you have to go to that meeting and you have to turn it on, you don't want to go to that meeting. You don't want to keep showing up because you know you are going to be minimized. Black men receive the least amount of feedback compared to all demographics, 33% less than white women measured by word count. And they're already lacking the quantity of feedback needed to help them grow. And then the feedback they do receive lacks quality by being about their personality, there's that word again, rather than their performance. Right? So this is not good. This is not good. So you cannot be actionable. You cannot grow as a professional if you don't have the feedback that you need to be able to do your work. Right? So think about feedback that you receive. Have they asked you about your personality? Did they mention your personality at all? Or was it specific to the actions that you were taking within your job? I know I've received quite a bit of personality type feedback, and has not been helpful. So, some examples of constructive feedback versus what we all know to be manipulation or gaslighting, right? So, manipulative feedback does not have the aim of helping the other person improve. Its sole aim is to trigger in that person a negative emotion, such as guilt, resentment, anger, or disappointment. Do you want to see if we can play it? Okay.
It is literally impossible to be a woman. You are so beautiful and so smart, and it kills me that you don't think you're good enough. Like, we have to always be extraordinary. But somehow we're always doing it wrong. Like, you have to be thin, but not too thin. And you can never say you want to be thin. You have to say you want to be healthy, but also you have to be thin. You have to have money, but you can't ask for money because that's crass. You have to be a boss, but you can't be mean. You have to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas. You're supposed to love being a mother, but don't talk about your kids all the damn time. You have to be a career woman, but also always be looking out for other people. You have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane, but if you point that out, you're accused of complaining. You're supposed to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or that you threaten other women, because you're supposed to be a part of the sisterhood, but always stand out and always be grateful. But never forget that the system is rigged, so find a way to acknowledge that, but also always be grateful. You have to never get old, never be rude, never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fail, never show fear, never get out of line. It's too hard, it's too contradictory, and nobody gives you a medal or says thank you. And it turns out, in fact, that not only are you doing everything wrong, but also everything is your fault. I'm just so tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie herself into knots so that people will like us. And if all of that is also true for a doll, just representing a woman.
Right? That's what it's like, right? And so the example I gave is like, I thought you were a team player, but now I'm not so sure, right? So now they're guilting you into thinking like you aren't being a team player. You're not the person that we thought you were when you came into this team, right? And gaslighting. So gaslighting and manipulation and feedback refers to a situation where someone provides criticism or feedback that is designed to intentionally undermine another person's sense of reality, making them question their own perceptions or judgment. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Harkin, can I speak to you? Yeah, sure. What is it? You know, for months you've been hinting that I was in line for that promotion.
And look how hard you've been working.
Were you just lying to me?
Lying?
No, Nick. Motivating. I mean, look, we're all part of the same team here. Plus, I'm the one who's going to be doing all the extra work.
You know that last month you made me work so late I missed saying goodbye to my gam-gam?
I'm sorry, what?
My grandmother. I told you that I needed to see her because she was very, very sick. You said if I left early, I'd get fired. And she died before I made it to the hospital.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I had no idea that you called your grandmother. Sorry.
So wrong. So wrong.
Mr. Harkin, can I speak to you?
It is
Yeah, sure. What is
literally
it? For months you've been hinting that I
It
would.
is literally impossible.
All right. So we're gonna hurry up and ramp up because we want to get to our closing. So why is feedback so hard to get right? These are do's and don'ts. Be specific. Avoid giving generic feedback, right? Be positive. So you balance the positive feedback with the negative feedback. Don't get personal. Keep it job specific and avoid personal characteristics. And then feedback should not be restricted to just annual review. So don't wait on this. Give feedback when you at all times or when you can, right? People need to know so that they can continue to move and grow. Feedback's hard to get right because we don't like to hear it. You're walking around thinking you're awesome, and here's someone that doesn't really know you come in and tell you this is not right, right? You need to fix this, this, and that. That's what makes it so hard, right? But we have to be open to this, especially if it's someone who's giving us constructive feedback so that we can improve and grow. And you will, in talking to that person, know the difference. And how do we change the plot? So here's some notes I have. So if you're an employer, take an interest in your employees so that feedback is honest and genuine, right? A genuine interest in folks. Consider your intention and avoid performative allyship. Educate yourself from multiple angles and perspectives so feedback isn't one-sided. Create internal supports for your Black, Indigenous, and people of color employees, such as employee resource groups, mentorship, professional learning communities, right? If you're an employee, do your research on the organization. So like I said, my issue is I want professional development. I need to ask those questions in the interview, right? Is this a place that values that, right? So ask the questions and do your research, right? Recognize if there's inconsistency and ask for clarification. What you don't want to do is wait until you're struggling before you ask for clarification, especially in a feedback situation. What did you mean by that? What do you want me to do? Just so I'm clear, this is what you need me to do? All right? And recognize when there's toxic and negative culture and try to avoid it as soon as possible. We all know what those red flags are. And if you see it happening, you want to avoid it, right? And know your worth and your abilities and be able to articulate them. So don't let someone tell you what your story is. You tell them your story, right? You tell them what you're capable of and what your abilities are. And make sure you articulate it at all times. And this really sticks out to me. Is sometimes you don't outgrow the job itself. You outgrow the way it treats you. Okay? And so that is me. So thank you all so much.
Can anyone tell me what time it is? Okay, we'll be out of here in 3 minutes. How about that? I like getting people out early. Okay, I'm still gonna get y'all out early. I believe in starting on time, ending on time, and getting y'all out a few minutes early when possible. I want to see my face on the screen. Ooh! Dang, now I'm like, ooh, I said that out loud. Hold on a minute. It's all love. Look, it's all love. Yeah, that right there. Emily, get some pictures. Y'all ready? Write this down because these are not on the slides. I need for you all to either purchase or borrow the following books to read and to make a difference.
Policy, we can't do that.
Oh, sorry. Here are the books that I like. Here are the books that I like to read. that could impact you as you move across making a more anti-racist school district organization and creating a culture of belonging. These are the books that I am currently reading. The first book is called Our Iceberg is Melting by John Kotter, Kotter. This other book, it's going to take y'all a year to read it, but it's worth it. There's also a movie on Amazon Prime called Caste, Origins of Our Discontentment by Isabel Wilkerson. I'm giving you all technical examples to take back to your school district. Here's another one. Folks are just like Jessica, how do I start the culture of belonging? There's this calendar that I use. I'm not saying you buy it. So you use it. You can Google it. It's called the Seramount, Seramount, Seramount Diverse Holiday Calendar. And it's a calendar that offers you different cultural holiday and celebrations for every day of the year. You're like, Jessica, how do I know which one to choose? Look at the demographics of your staff and your students. So if you got a student who's Filipino and autistic and left-handed at the same time, find that holiday for that student. I kid you not. That's how we start. Also, there's this exercise I want you to try tomorrow. Tomorrow. The name of this exercise is called What's in a Name? So pretty much what you do, you walk up to students, you walk up to your colleagues, and you ask them, who named you? What is the story behind your name? Because it's not just enough to say, oh, I want to hear from diverse people, yada, yada, yada. No, what's your name? Who named you? That'll spark everything else. So that is called What's in a Name. Secondly, for those of you who are really serious about this work, I dare you to go back to your school district and organization, wherever you are, and ask them for their strategic plan. Remember earlier I was talking about macroaggressions and how it's institutional. Well, fine, pull out the policy, pull out the strategic plan. Okay, Jessica, and then what? Then you look to see how diversity and belonging is incorporated within that document. This is how I hold people accountable. I said, excuse me? According to Imperative 1, Section A, we're supposed to look at the disciplinary procedures. Tie it back to the strategic plan. More importantly, when you're going before your school districts or school committee members. Excuse me, according to the school improvement plan or whatever plan, tie it back in there. But if you're like, Jessica, I don't see anything, then add something in there. I need for us to add more allies. Some of you came in here today with your colleagues. I love it. Next time, bring 3 more. Thank you. I need for you all to visit museums. It's not just enough to read books and watch movies. Go to the actual places and touch the artifacts. Thank you. Next up, you all heard me talk about what was lost when looking at school integration from Brown versus the Board of Education. Now I want you to go back to your building and unpack the history of your building. Oh, you want to know where to start? There's a website that I use, and I'm not selling it, but there's something called knowing whose land you're standing on. It's called a land acknowledgement. So Google that. I don't have the exact name. Also, those of you who were like, Jessica, I want to understand more about biases. Okay, here are 3 areas for you. Are you ready? Recruitment, retention, retirement. And then add some numbers to that. Maybe 30% of our recruitment goes towards this initiative. Also, I want to add, since we are predominantly white districts or predominantly white leadership, and I talk a lot about folks getting defensive, add this for your next PD, conflict resolution. We want to have these hard conversations. We want to have that culture of belonging. Let's be able to hear the hard feedback that's going to come up. Last but not least, actually lied, 2 more things real quick. You really want to understand the impact of what happens with these cultures of microaggressions or culture of microaggressions? How about you read those MCAD cases? The Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination. Yeah, let's people learn most when you use case studies. Study those MCAT cases. Why did the people file those discriminatory cases? And how to make sure you do better and you don't find yourself in that. My last thing, I want you to keep this in mind. There's something called the toothpaste rule. Toothpaste rule. Yeah. Toothpaste rule. Anytime somebody has a 1 through 10, anybody who has a voice pitch of 5 or higher, whenever you hear them raise concerns or complain, look at that pitch. If it's 5 or higher, then there's a bigger issue going on. So let's say I'm at home and I have my daughter and I go, Eliana, girl, put the cap back on that toothpaste. That's more than a level 5. Am I really upset about the toothpaste? Or is it something else that's egging me on? So when you go back to your school district and you hear people talk about these microaggressions and you hear people talk about this is what's missing, that's what's missing, don't take it at face value. There's something else deeper going on than that. You all have been a Dr. Morgan. Oh, wait, you need a microphone. You need a microphone? I'm not walking. Okay, wait, maybe I will. Maybe I will. No diva here, no diva here. Yes, sir.
Can we take 2 more minutes? All right, we're going to try it. So there was a question that came around our conversation around biases in schools. I don't remember the exact lens, but I'm going to take it to the person who asked the question, and if collectively we can answer it, then we can get out of here.
I have 2 questions, actually. The first question, oh, okay. Well, originally I had a question about advice you have for confronting the verbal remarks with students. We talked about like disarming them, but like how would you approach that situation? I know like asking probing questions and stuff like that, but like in the moment, do you have advice for how to handle that with a child?
Dehumanizing language. Okay, so that's a whole nother conference, but I'm happy to give some tidbits real quick. Margie, you heard that's a whole nother conference. I look at the relationship. I look at the proximity. So I'm going to say, who can I pick on? My friend with the pink scarf. If you are a student and you're saying something that's microaggressive with you being that far away and class is getting ready to start, I may say something like, cut it out. And then I'm going to find you. I'm going to approach you because the distance right now, not too much is going to happen. There's going to be a power struggle. You might throw the microaggression back at me, and then I'm going to lose everybody else in the room. And if I don't know you, you definitely going to walk away or either cuss me out. So I'm looking at relationship. I'm looking at proximity. I'm looking at making sure when I follow back up with that student, kind of goes back to the feedback piece. I'm going to state or ask questions. What came from that? What are you saying? But more importantly, this is wrong. And the person who received that microaggression, I have to go back and affirm their identity. So there's more to it. But once again, relationship, proximity, being able to handle that conflict resolution, state how it's wrong. But ooh, let me add this as well, even for the perpetrator. Let them know they're smarter than that. And you give your high expectations for them. Other than that, they're going to repeat it over and over again. But we can talk more offline. Anyone else? Oh, yes.
All
Yep.
right,
Y'all hear that? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Okay, window decorating.
You mentioned earlier about the lone Black educator.
Yeah.
I've experienced a couple different situations at my school where I've received microaggressions or racial slurs or comments like that.
Yeah.
And I kept getting from administration, like, we want to support you, we're trying to support you, but like, or like, how can we support you? I don't have like a specific answer for that. I just know I don't feel supported. So how can administration support faculty in that sense?
You or faculty? That's a whole nother conference. Listen, all these conference ideas. Oh my gosh. First of all, I'm mindful of someone's, and I mentioned it earlier, emotional intelligence. If folks aren't emotionally intelligent, you're going to be hitting a wall. If people's hearts aren't open to what you have to hear, you're going to be hitting a wall. So if I had to give advice, one, what is the policy for microaggressions and how are we holding people accountable? How are we making sure we are correcting them when that happens? Two, how is your identity or whoever's identity being impacted? How is it reaffirmed? How can we make sure you're getting your mental health day or whatever you need to be your best self? I'm also looking at the walls. I call them equity walks or equity audits. I want to see what that looks like. I also want to understand how are we celebrating diverse voices, because here's the thing. I could sit here and tell you, and I could do this in my sleep. I can do this in my sleep. But if we're not celebrating diverse identities, like I mentioned that holiday calendar, then everything is going to be the same. The thing is, you have to break people's biases if you really want them to understand. Unconscious bias and how it impacts retention, recruitment, retirement. We can talk more offline about that, but once again, that emotional intelligence piece and making sure people are able to receive and accept these different identities. Dr. Haywood.
Thank you.
So when people see something that is unjust, they act, hopefully, right? If you see a young child getting hurt, hopefully as a responsible adult, you will stand in, right? So we know what to do, but all of a sudden when race comes into play, we don't know what to do. It's the same thing. It's acting like a human. It's responding to an unjust situation, because that's a human right there. You need to speak up and not pretend like you don't know what's going on, because you do. So administrators, you know what to do because you're administrators. You handle conflict all the time with kids, between adults, and all of that. And so I'm going back to you. How do people handle this? They handle it like they handle anything else. And it's not a taboo because it's race. You just do what is the right thing to do, period.
Really quick, just want to add. Also, if they're asking what they need to support you, tell them specifically. I need an employee resource group. I need time with my colleagues. Whatever it is,